It usually looks like one keyhole. You look in through one keyhole, and there inside in the keyhole is the story where somebody had gone to hell and told how it was. In our Ars mythology, we divide in period, so we talk about the paradise time, the ice time, and after ice time. After ice time we have a lot of pictures who show us how it was after ice time. In the story, the Arthur is going to one place called Gotland, and in Gotland we have a whole series of pictures where all have same story, that they had gone to hell and visit Valhalla. And before, when we died, we went to Valhalla, in that way that Valhalla was one hole in the North Pole, exact in the middle point. And when we died before, we was burned to ash, and we was put it under one tree, the ash. And when the ash get in contact with water, the water was sucked in with the ash, power of the ash, into the root of the tree, the stem of the tree, the branch of the tree, into the leaf of the tree. And now we was in the leaf of the tree, where we came by the sun stroller, who go through the leaf. We come out from the leaf, and we left the leaf in the atmosphere, and in the centrifugal all power, we arrived to the hole in the North Pole called Valhalla. Valhalla is not pictured so many times, but of course the people in Gotland has been saving for us thousands of years of old pictures, and we have one in front. Here on the table, it usually looks like one keyhole. You look in through one keyhole, and there inside in the keyhole is the story where somebody had gone to hell and told how it was. This is a little bit broken, and only the board around we can follow. It's of all of them very remarkable which kind of ornament is surrounding the keyhole. This we call for snörornamentik. And snörornamentik is made like from cotton snören who has been putting together. This we special can see where they're offering for our highest man, Ukko Gubben, and our highest woman, Akka Gumma. These two figures are the main figures in the story, and according to this part should be the door into Valhalla. They're always sailing, and the boat is usually one moon-formed boat who has a locomotive who go in one spiral on both sides. Okay, this picture is divided in two, so we can see now the down part of the same picture, where we can see it more close. We can see that here we have one board who is a little bit different than the other one. Here we better can see now the locomotive with the moon-formed boat who ended up on the other side with one locomotive. We can see the sail who is completely symbolic. It's no wind in this sail. It's a completely squared who has a amount of squares what we call maskstolpar in the net. This maskstolpar has one line who go into here and the other line is go into here. So these men who are in the boat are offering into one sail whose lines go into this ornamentique, which line go into this ornamentique for offering of the highest woman and highest man. And now we can see the boat may be where everything is leading up to this ornament for to go in to the upper part of the keyhole. Our ukko, our gubbe, has one sluk hat on his head. He has his Mimun sword coming out between his legs, where you can see the sword's kavelskaft with one knapp who has one form of the pyramid and the parer stone. The horse has one special form with a nose who go out little bit in one lingpeak form, but this horse is called Sleipner, Vindhästen Sleipner. And Vindhästen Sleipner has always 8 legs, den åttafotade Vindhästen Sleipner. Akka, we can see here, with her special kjol, klänningsfåll, with her shoes, gummans klänningsfåll with her shoes, and her shawl she has over her shoulder, and she's crowned by the laxorm who is going round her hair over to her shoulder. Here we see her now more closer. We can again see gummans klänningsfåll, gummans skor, gummans långa klänning med hennes sjal. Hon kröns av laxormen som har ett fågelhuvud med öga och näbb som kröner hennes huvud, som slingrar sig genom hennes hår ut över hennes axel. Laxormen som kröner gumman kan vi se här. Here we have another picture from Akka, gumman. Here we have her again with gummans klänningsfåll, gummans skor, gummans sjal, och hon är krönt av ett fågelhuvud. Ögat har vi här och näbben här. She has her long, what we call kjol, her shawl, and she is crowned by laxormen, who one side has one head of one bird, and the bird eye we can see here, and the neb of the bird we can see there. She is crowned by laxormen, who slingrar sig into her hair, and the hair is falling down on her shoulder. Her shawl can also be one lancet-formed helmet. Her shawl can also be one lancet-formed helmet. The round hole we have here is called delfinhål. Delfinhål with 4 pearls, 4 pärlor, 4 helmiä. We call it helmi in van, we call it pärlor in rot or as, and in English we call them pearls. Down from these pearls we have one delfinstav. Delfinstav. So we have the kjolfold, we have skor, the shoes, we have the lancet-formed helmet, as she has as a shawl. We have the we have the laxorm, who is crowning her head, who go over her shoulder with the ring called delfin ring with 4 pearls and 1 delfin staff. Our akka has her ukko, and we compare this akka with our highest ukko. We look picture the next one. This is ballgubben pär. Pää means in one language head, and he is pär with an R sound in the end. And he is the head, he is pär. Ballgubben pär, we can also call him ukko, and he's akka, or akka and his ukko. Ballgumman Ella is also one name of Gumman. We can call her Ballgumman Ella, the picture from before, and this we call Ballgubben pär. Why he called ball? Because his ball he has between his legs. There we have one ball, and there we have the other ball. So ball is there. This is his ball. He is the gubbe by himself, so he become one ballgubbe. From the ball we can see his lance, his ball lance with lancet-formed helmet. Here we see his lancet-formed helmet with the kavelskaft, and the kavelskaft is forming the helmet of lancet. He has also the lancet helmet here with a knop. He has julögon in his mask, and he has one nose and one mouth with gemytligt leende, and he has one long white bockskägg. But he has not been forgetting his Ballgumman Ella, because symbolic you can see her in this part with one eye of one bird with one nose called neb. So here we have laxormen vid laxormens öga och laxormens näbb. In this line you can see something called snabel, because solbocken Balder has one snabel, and he is the father to solbocken Balder, so this is the eye of an animal who has the snabel, what they call kärsa in one language. So this is the man on the top of the hill, the man we called Ballgubben Bär, or we can also call him for Ukko, Pekka. Thank you. And here we have the third picture from Ballgubben Bär. Bär, he has one lancet-formed huvudd skål, who make him to be particular the helmet form. From his eye is come out Midgårdsormens tunga, the tongue of Midgårdsormen, and he is offering to himself from himself. He is licking his third eye. Here we have his lancet-formed helmet, and the helmet's heart shield, hjärtsköld, sydänkilpi. We had a neck nipple, and we had the other neck nipple. We had a nippelbåge, and you can see the sarg kant of the helmet. And it has color, it has one himmelsblå udd, it has one mellanblå dom, it has one azurblå kupol, and it's one indigo blue helmet. Here's the eye of Oden, and in this eye, if you look deep inside, you can see many eyes of many birds. One bird is the Ella's eye, one is the swan's eye, and one is the Maja's eye, the moon queen Maj. You can all see them inside, and inside there it's 3 delphines. The third picture we can present from Ballgumman Ella we have here. Here we have Ballgumman Ellas eye, Ballgumman Ellas öga, or Ballgumman Ellas silmä. In one language we call it silmä, in root language we call it öga, and in English we call it eye. Ella has also one nose, and we can also see her mouth, and we can follow her form of her head. Her hair is floating like down in strings into one ring, one delfin ring. And from the delfin ring the hair is falling back on her shoulder down into her sköte. We can see her kjol fall, her klännings fall. We can see her style from top to her shoes, as we usually say, down to close to her toes. But she has also one delfinstav who starts from here and this delfinstav goes straight down into her sköte here, and it makes 4 different slag. 1, 2, 3, 4. Akka gummans delfinstav go through the ring into her sköte, and it make 4 slag. 1, 2, 3 and 4. Delfinstav. Det här är delfinstavens skaft. Delfinstaven är formad som en laxorm som slingrar sig ut i delfinstavens hjärtsköld. Delfinstavens skaft och delfinstavens hjärtsköld. I ändan på delfinen kan man se en mun, och det munnen är ett hål som går inne i stavens form och ändar och utmynnar i utloppet där. Man kan alltså suga som ett sugrör från den sidan, och sen går den runt den vägen. This is one delfinstav, this is the shaft of the delfinstav. The ring is the laxorm who go round to the heart field of the delfinstav. You can see the mouth of the delphin. It's one hole who goes through the whole delfinstav up to the end, to the shaft, where is the other hole we can drink from the top. Ball-Maja is Ballgummans daughter. Ball-Maja is Ballgumman Ellas daughter, and we have her as next figure in the story. Here we can see Maja's eye, we can see her nose and her mouth, and here we can see her neck. Her head is crowned by one laxorm who go 4 times, 1, 2, 3, 4 around and ended up in the end of her huvud skull. The line from her is going down to this top hat of one lady with one lady face who lick in here from her sköte. We have 6 small points here, and these are the tärnor, the tar, the kotar of the kuningatar Maja. Maja is represented here together with her mother, and Maja has also one delfinstav whose opening is here. You can see one rör, we call it, that it came out one flash to that head there with the snakes, the laxorm of Maja, and the other one it go over from here into the hair of Ballgumman Ella. This delfinstav is divided in 3, 1, 2 and 3, and it go down in her sköte this way, and the delfinstavs heart shell shield should in that case be there. Majas delfinstav is divided in 3. The rör, you can see it come out one string into the hair of Maja and one string into the hair of Ella. The delfinstav is in 1, 2 and 3, and it go down into her sköte in same way as her mother's, who we see the ring here, also the hair who go in this way into her sköte, but the delfinstav go in this way into her sköte with 1, 2, 3, foremarked, we have the daughter, whose delfinstav is divided in 1, 2, and 3 and go into her sköte that way. This hand is the hand of Ella, who is taking care about to push in and out the delfinstav, and we call it dra, ygg, dra, sill. The whole procedure is the Yggdrasil symbol, who spit it up into the hair symbol of Laxormen, who is covering the Moon Queen's head. The Moon Queen is called Kuningatar, and she has 6 kutar, and the 6 kutar is going in this way to have one own ring, one own del fin ring. Så det kutar, the tärnors sav is going this way in to the picture, to in following way rinna in the ring of Majas del fin ring, where her hand finger is going into mother's sköte. It's 2 ladies, one mother and one daughter, who is masturbating each other with 2 delfinstav, where the mom is making Yggdrasil with the daughter's delfinstav, and the daughter is making the Yggdrasil with the mom's delfinstav. They are like thousands of years of old fairy tale. The stones from Gotland called billstenar from Gotland. Here we have the Moon Queen, Maja, the Kuningatar. We have her here. She's standing with her delfinstav. The keyhole again is showing us into one world where she is together with her brother Stenbocken Balder. Stenbocken Balder has his particular huvudskål, his nose, his moustache, his pipskägg and his eye. He has puffbyxor and he has one hov to feet. His horse name is Spoolingklubban. So Ers is riding on his spoolingklubba and Maj has her delfinstav in her hand. The boat we can see here has 10 laut shields on the side and 7 Balbock with their nose, eyes, who is going from hell to Valhalla. The line we have again straight to the midpoint, and we make the line up for offering for Ers and Maj, the koningas and the koningatar in the story. This is Stenbocken Balder's helmet. The helmet has one spool form, what is different than the lancet form what the father have. It's divided in the color himmelsblå, mellanblå, azurblå, indigoblå. Here we can see the Midgårds orm, who has one ring as an eye, who come out like one club, like kuperad knapp, and the tongue of Midgårdsormen is licking the huvudskål of Stenbocken Balder. Here we can see Stenbocken Balder with his particular huvudskål, his eyebrow, his ögonbryn, his eyes, and special his moustache, who go on from both sides, and we can see his mouth. All the strings go into his mouth, and we can see his peep skägg, his peep bear. This we call the treudd, who from 3 sides is going in to the symbol. This is the helmet of Stenbocken Balder. Here we have the blue sky, and the blue sky is flying Stenbocken Balder, the flying Balder. But if you think about the ballgubbe, and between his legs he had one ball-lance with lancet-formed helmet. He also has his ball. If you divide it in 2, he has his ball there and ball there, ball there and ball there. Stenbocken ball there, and he's riding on his spoling klubba, and the spoling klubba is here. The spoling klubba's huvudd is here, the spoling club's head, the spoling club's kavelskaft, we call it. In that way, he's riding like Münchhausen on his spoling klubba. But on the other side is one other figure. He never forgets his sister, because the sister has one delphine as a symbol, as we know the moon queen with the symbol delphine, and the delphine and the moon king with the symbol spoling klubba, delfin stav, spoling klubba, klubbans huvud, the head of the club, and the kavelskaft of the club. And here we have the big delphine, with the delphine's eye, what is there, and the delphine's heart shield is here. Delfinens form, delfinens öga, delfinens hjärtsköld. Thors hammare, the hammer of Thor with a ring, and the ring is feeding because delfin is eating from Thor's hammare. So this way it go in the flying Balder. This is the heart shield of the Spooling Club, but has also one hjärtsköld, because if this is the helmet, the heart shield is here, where he is feeding the swan. This eye we see here is a Stenbocken Balder's eye, who is always one ring. It's like one club coming out, like one kuperad knapp. And the other one is Solbocken Balder, his youngest brother. His eye is always like screwed into the material and get like one illusion. We can see here small points who point out that this side come in from Solbocken Balder, the hammer of Thor, the lax orm who go out in the Midgård orm form, the Midgårds orm who go out in the lax orm form. So it come in through the lax orm, it come in through the hammer of Thor, it go out to the Solbocken Balder and up to the Stenbocken Balder's mouth. He is Ra, and his sister is also Ra. And Ra mun där Ra mun där, Ball där, Ra mun där. He has his Midgård's helmet on, who is crowned with the Midgård's orm, and the Midgård's orm is crowned by the lax orm. By himself, he is not only riding on his Spolingklubba, he is also Spolingklubba by himself. His shoulder here mark one club. The other shoulder is marking also one club. And one club is also coming down here, and one club is coming down here, and one club is coming down here, and one club is coming down here. So we start with the first is the stolpstånd med flänsmössa. Second is pålstånd med karpusluva. Third is påkstånd vid pickelhuva. And stakstånd med hjärtkrans, and stångstånd med falsring. All these names are ramsa, like Ra ball där or Ra mun där. This is the moon queen Maj. You can see her head representing the moon, and her ear who go inside, as a typical for all these ass pictures left from that time. The ring consists of 3 parts. This part is the Balgumman Ellas part with her föte, and it go up in the form of laxorm up to the eye of the laxorm and the neb of the laxorm. The laxorm insists the Maja and her 6 sisters and Balgumman Ella. The sköte, when it come in, is this way. So we have also Maj and by herself representing the delfin. The delfin we can see here, the delfin stav with the delfin's eye here. So the eye of the delfin is going into the sköte of the Ella, and in this way the sav, the sap, is going into the laut skål, and the laut skål is full of pearls who've been coming out in from the outside this way for laxormen, for delfinen, and from the delfinen up through into the lautskål and all the pearls. Here from the pearls we get the swan and her neck and her eye and her näbb. This part is masculine. This is the snabel, the breeding equipment, the lansettlans of Solbocken Balder. And here we have the mouth of Solbocken Balder's oldest brother, Stenbocken Balder's particular mouth who go in, who make this part to be the masculine spoling klubba and the masculine lansettlans who make the swan pregnant. Before that the swan has to drink 30 days from the snabel of the Solbocken Balder. But the swan is also drinking from the 7 sisters, the 7 ballhäxor, the 7 ormhäxor, who in the form of delfin also feeding the solfågeln swan. So the sav is coming in this way, it go up to the cistern of the sisters, into the pearls, who go into the swan and her neck, her eye and her näbb. She get from the 7 sisters representing the delfin, and she get from my youngest brother who representing the lansettlans, the Solbocken Balder. We remember Ballgubben Per on his vindhäst Sleipner with 8 legs. And we remember Stenbocken Balder's spolingklubba where he's riding on his horse spolingklubba. And Stenbocken Balder is Ukko and Akkas oldest son. Stenbocken Balder är gubben och gummans äldsta son. Gubben och gumman har 12 söner. Den yngsta ser vi på bild just nu. Det här är Solbocken Balder med sin solsköld. Solbocken Balder med sina puffbyxor. Solbocken Balder med sin stövel. Solbocken Balder med sin pickelhjälm med nässkydd. Han rider på sin häst som heter Lingpik, som påminner om hans lans som heter lansettlans med lingspolring. Det här är den lansettformade hjälmen med lingspolring på hästen Lingpiken. Det är bara halva nyckelhålet vi ser. Vi ser ornamentiken. Alltså the ornament around the keyhole, the horse Lingpiken with the sun shield, the puff trousers, the boots and the helmet, pickelhjälm with nose skydd. His form is like his lansettlans who ended up in this Lingpik horse form, where his back leg is going into the ornamentik of snör ornamentik we have round the half of the keyhole. Here is Solbocken Balder's youngest brother. He has one spool ring horn in his hand, and he is representing his 10 brothers who are ballbockar, and this ballbockar always has coon-formed helmet with troll mask. All the 10 boys together is offering for the youngest brother in form of this spool ring horn. But why are they offering? Is they are offering for the coming child. You can see this helmet here. You can see that it has one lancet form with one nässkydd. But it walk on 2 legs. The same helmet we can see on next picture. This picture has been one bone from an elk. Somebody has been covering with the pickle helmet and the nässkydd and the mask of the most beautiful man on the planet. Solbocken Balder. Solbocken Balder always have this lancet-formed helmet with this small point who surround it with the nässkydd of the nose. His hair end up like one swan, and his mask is the most beautiful man with bock eye and a smile with one well ansatt bockskägg. This is Pukki Lemminkäinen. This is Solbocken Balder. We can see him riding on his Lingpeak, but we can also see him in one box as next picture. Solbocken Balder. We can see him here in his box. With his lancet-formed pickle helmet, his particular round eyes, his nose, and his small mouth. This is the spool ring, the symbol of him. The spool ring is also there because here we have his lance with spool ring and peak. This part we call peak, the same like his horse. And this is the spool ring in the top of his lancet lance, his children making equipment. But he has also one lökdolk, and the lök has 2 blad and 1 shelk. If you put the shelk in half, it becomes one renna called revrenna. And if you on both sides of revrenna put 2 blad, it becomes one dolk with 2-egged dolk with revrenna and kabelskaft with knapp i pyramidform. This dolk we can see here. This is the dolk, the children making equipment for Solbocken Balder. Here he has one hillebard, what means one stick or pole with one axe who go through, and up in the top is the part who continue. One hillebard of Solbocken Balder, one sipuli tikari, one sipuli tikari in one lökdolk in root, and one onion dolk, probably in English. His lingspool ring, but his lingspool ring is also here. This they've been turning upside down in one way, that here he's showing his puff trousers, and his backside, he's like pissing there with his long elephant, no, long horse brick, the children equipment for him. We have the cross where we can see the typical snör ornamentik, and it go into one lingspool ring, and the inside is coming 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and it's turned in this way. You can follow, but when it has been turning around all these things, it come through here. From there the sperm come in, and from there the sperm go out. When this sun god, Pukki Lemminkäinen, is making his swan pregnant. Solbocken Balder and Stenbocken Balder have 10 brothers. Their 10 brothers are the 10 Ballbockar. And one of the Ballbock we can see here, with his round, laut sköld, with the buckla, his shirt or puff trousers, his boots, his bock face with bock eye and bock bear, and his bock horn who come up. There are 10 Ballbocks in the story, and these usually have troll mask, as we already could see on the picture with Solbocken Balder and his brother with the coon-formed helmet with troll mask. He has one sister, and her name is Urmhexa, and there are 6 Urmhexa in the story. 10 Ballbockar and 6 Urmhexor. This is one riding Ballbock. That means there are 10 riding Ballbocks, and they are riding on their Ballklubba. And if you again see that this string there between, it's one false ring. On that side we have one ball, on that side we have one ball there, and if this is the form of the club form, this becomes the Ballklubba, and Ballklubb huvud, Ballklubb huvud. So the Ballbock is riding on his Ballklubba, and the club hat we can see here, the klubbans kavelskaft we can see here, and the klubbans sari ring we can see here, and the Ballklubbas klubbhuvud we can see here. But this is many small details. If you compare now with his flying brother, we can see that the träudd who come into the Thor's hammer is in this form. So now this part should be the hammer of Thor, who go into from the laxorm into the Midgårdsorm in the same way Laxorm belonged to the 6 hexor, the 6 ormhäxor, and the Midgårdsorm belonged to the 10 Bockar who is riding, and it go in this way into the Klubba whose head is here. But we can also see him as Klubbans Lingspol ring. Klubbans Lingspol ring and Klubbans Lingspol ring horn. Klubbans Lingspol ring horn. So in that way it come in through the Lingspol ring horn and has one Klubbas spoling ring. The spoling ring consists of one Klubba with pickelhuva, Klubba with karpusluva, Klubba med flänsmössa. So the same flänsmössa as we have here, as we already see, and the other one is the karpusluva, who we can see here, and the third one is the pickelhuva, what we see here. So again flänsmössa, flänsmössa, karpusluva, pickelhuva. This old ramsa where we can see the different state in the figure of one Klubba and one Bock riding on his Klubba in same way as his brother on his spoling klubba. The 10 brothers between Stenbocken Balder and Solbocken Balder, the 10 Balbockar. Here we can see one of the brothers with his corn-formed helmet. His mask, the troll mask with a troll nose, his moustache, his ears who go inside, and there we can see his tongue. He's sitting on one stolp chair, and these 3 stolps in the backside are a little bit different. We can see this as a hammer of Thor, the hammer of Thor, same as we can see when he's riding with the hammer of Thor's power. This can be one ball and this can be the other ball, because this is one Klubba with the Klubba's kabelskaft and the Klubba's head, what is also his indigo blue helmet with the heart shield, the neck nipple, the nippelbåge, and the sargkant. He is like his father, offering to himself from himself. Here we have one build stone from Gotland, what they call for ormhäxa. And the ormhäxa we have down here. The ormhäxa's particular hair, we can see she has one lock going this way and one lock going this way. So the hair seems to be the most important of the symbolic. On the side here we have also hair, fleta, we call it fleta when it goes together in one ornamentique of fleta, what is also the hair symbol in the thing. This is a completely female thing, we can see the female eyes going around in one circle, and down we have the ormhäxa. She has two laxorm in her hand. If their symbol is one going down and one going up, so you can off R or off Ra, you can give offer for the coming child, and you can off Ra for the mum, for the akka, for the gumma. The gumma has 7 daughters. The oldest one is Maya, the queen of the moon, and her 6 sisters. So we can also see them as the 6 sisters, what we also can call the 6 tar or the 6 tärnor, Maya's 6 tärnor, Maya's 6 kuutar, as we say in one language, or tärna, Maya, the moon queen with her 6 tärnor. The tärna has one head, who has one probably pearls, usually go around her neck, and she can also be one ballhäxa, but in that way she has her balkong here, her väck with one par vek and and par vek means balkong, so in that way we can call her for ballhäxa. We men, we have our ball hanging down outside of our anatomic body, but the woman can have their ball, their bigger or smaller balcony. Her shoulders is making one line down to her when she is opening her wings straight, to use the delphine stav to offer for her younger sisters down to the solfågeln svanen. Solfågeln svanen is drinking from her 6 sisters, that the oldest of these 6 is giving one offer to the number 5. The number 5 is offer for the number 4 and number 3 and number 1. And now they put the whole thing in one laut skål. So all the sav from these ladies go in one laut skål, where it's mixed from all these 6 sisters when the swan is drinking it for to in the future be the mother. So this is the one of the 6 sisters who've been opening their wings for to use the delfin stav. Gubbe gumma, ers maj, 10 troll, 6 häxor, solbocken Balder och en solfågel Svan som blir befruktad av solbocken Balder. Ukko Akka and their oldest son Seppo Ilmarinen and their oldest daughter Maja Ilmatar. Their 6 Noita and their 10 Peikko. So Ukko is Peikko Ukko and akka is noita akka. The youngest had always to offer to the youngest. Down you give offer and up you offra. You could always offer up to ukko or akka, and you could always give offer down to Solbacken Balder, Pukki Lemminkäinen, or Solfågeln Svanen, the sun bird swan, who gets 7 daughters and 12 sons from the sperma, from the sperm. The sperm could be offered up to the coming child. And the mahla, the sav, could be offered up to the coming child. And these both represented in something called Midgårdsorm and Laxorm. The Laxorm is the female side and the Midgård is the masculine. Here you can see the Midgårdsorm, you can see the ring around the neck, you can see the ögonbryn, the eyebrow, you can see the mandelform of eyes, and you can see his moustache, and you can see that the mouth is open and everything go in through his mouth for the coming child. And the Midgårdsorm is crowned by the Laxorm, who always ended up in Ballgumman Ellas little bird with her eye and her neck. Her tongues, same who representing on her brother, is representing offering in the dragon, the Laxorm, the Lohikärme, to the Kyrö, Linnan Herra, and Kyrön, Linnan Rouva. Kyrö, slottsherre, Kyrö, slottsfru. Kyrö, slottsfru, has 6 sisters who is offering to the mini-ä in Van, to the daughter-in-law in English, and to the svärdotter in Rot, her sab for the coming child. So in system how it goes, that the small Jon girl, she is offering to the Torp girl her sav. The Torp girl is offering to the husfru her sav. The husfru is offering to the QRK-fru, and the QRK-fru is offering her sav to the lensfru, and the lensfru is offering to the QRÖs slottsfru Maja. Maja, the moon queen, has 6 sisters, and it go down to the youngest, who is giving the sav to the daughter-in-law in the family for the coming child in sav o lax. The castle is in sav o lax, and it's called Kyrö castle, with Kyrö slottsfru, Kyrö slottsherre, Kyrön linnan herra, Kyrön linnan rouva. And now from the man's side, the boy in the Jon could offer his sperm to the Torp boy. The Torp boy offer his sperm to the husets herre. Husets herre offer the sperm to the QRK herre. Kyarko herre offer the sperm to the lens herre, and lens herre is offering in Kyrö slott to Kyrö slotts herre Ers, who has 11 brothers, and they offer down to the youngest Solbocken Balder, who is giving the sperm 30 days for Solfågeln Svanen to drink before he is with that sperm making her pregnant with help of Midgårdsormen and power of Laxormen. They are like thousands of years of old fairy tale, the stones from Gotland called billstenar from Gotland. We have to finish this small story with the last of the stones. They are all made thousands of years ago, and they tell of one group who've been visiting Hell and Valhalla, and they tell how it was there. And here we can again see the board around the keyhole in the way of one. Actually, this can also be the kabelskaft of one klubbhuvud. But anyway, the boat is again the moon one, and we can see the locomotive, and we can see the men with their shields who is going for offering for the coming child. They are offering going in one maskstolp net. Into this net is all this sperm going in the symbolic of sword and sables who lead the sperm into the symbolic sail of the boat who go from the 7 hill out to Valhalla. Offering in 7 hill to 7 men with 10 laut shields. And now they're arriving. And the first board we have here, and the horse we can see is Spoling Klubban with Stenbocken Balder with his storm hat on his head, his Valhalla shield, and his special horse with the nose, as we know. So they're starting to offering to the Moon King. After they've been visiting the Moon King, there are only 3 of them who is visiting the Sleipner, the Ball, Bock and Pers department. He's flying on his wind horse Sleipner, but he's actually not there. The next offering for the coming child is the next board, where the now is coming in front of the Lingpiken, and Lingpiken is the horse of Solbocken Balder, the breeder of the Solfågeln Svan, who with a sperm get 7 daughters and 12 boys. We can see this man who is in the offering officera in the ceremony, and they are giving it to the horse Lingpiken. But here is no rider either. But the rider is in the top. Here we can see the picture from Solbocken Balder with his shirt, his boots, and his particular helmet. And next we have the big bird with a swan hals and swan eye and swan neb. So in that way they are offering for the coming child, for the Solbocken Balder, who give 30-day drinking to the swan, and after he put in the sperm, and one of the children will be born in the future. In middle of Asgård we have something called Asgård's Arena, and the Asgård's Arena is round like one circus arena. Above the Asgård's Arena we have Midgård, and Midgård is actually one avsats just under the Asgårdsberget, Korntel och Våri Lysnarberget. Asgårdsberget has one tower called Glanshem, and in the top of Glanshem we have a svalgång called on the tower of Ukko, so Ukko can go round his svalgång and he can look to all sides. And that time his tower was in the top of the planet. He could go up in the top of his tower, he could walk round the svalgång, and he could see the completely round as a tower in the top of the planet, the North Pole before ice time. Our Finnish mythology consists of 6 main figures. Our main figure is our Ukko, Akka, Pukki Lemminkäinen, Aurinko Lintu Joutsen, Seppo Ilmarinen, and Maija Ilmatar. We have also Sampo and Aino. Sampo means for us all the people on the planet are Sampo, all men on the planet are Sampo, and all women on the planet are Aino. So Sampo and Aino means actually the man and the woman. From our Ukko we can call him also for Bocken Valgubben Pär in root, and we can call her for Valgumman Ella. So Valgumman Ella, Bocken Valgubben Pär is same as we say Ukko and Akka in Van language. We say Bocken Valgubben Pär and Valgumman Ella in root language. Valgumman Ella and Bocken Valgubben Pär, we have pictures from them. We have them from Gotland, because Gotland has been one period where the Aser and Asgård has been in Gotland. That means 10,017 years ago, up to 9,017 years ago. The whole story of Aser is actually gone out from Gotland, Bockland, Gotland, Gotland, a big island on the east coast outside of Sweden. In this Gotland we have stones, and from them I always want to present, of course, our main stone. We have remind from that time where we have Ukko riding on his 8-feeted horse called Sleipner. And we can see him here on the top, sitting on his 8-legged horse, Sleipner. On his head he has one slok ner hatt, one special hat with the name slok ner hatt. And between his legs he has one sword called Mim Ears sword. Mimer's sword or Mim Ears sword is the sword of the breeding equipment of a man, with special breeding equipment of one breeder in retiring, what actually our ukko is. So the thing we have left from him is actually his sword, where you can see between his leg his parerstång, his kabelskaft and his knapp. And from these details we can understand that it's ukko who is riding on his horse Sleipner. Here we have his akka, and his akka is quite easy to recognize because she has one long klänning med släp. That means that her long klänning we can see here with the släp going back, and that means that it's akka with her shoes. She has on her shoulder one shawl, and the shawl we can recognize to be one part here who go over her shoulders. Her head is crowned by one laxorm, one lohi, käärme in van, and one laxorm in rot. The laxormen is in form of one andbird, and the andbird has one eye, and the andbird has one neb. And this andbird's neck is actually following her head down, going round her knot in the hair and falling over her shoulder. Our akka has one special knot. Her hair knot is what we call a rinkeli in van, kringla. We have it particular in Viborg's kringla, Viborin rinkeli, what is one hair who is in the knot going in the kringel form. All these details with the long kjol, with släp, her shawl, her andhead, with andöga, andnäbb, and her andneck, who is going round, down, and round her hair and over her shoulder, make that we can understand that this is a picture from our ukko and our akka. Ukko and akka has 12 sons and 7 daughters. The first son of them is Seppo Ilmarinen, and the youngest son is Pukki Lemminkäinen. And between they have 10 boys, what we call P, I and Q. Q means the moon in one language, and P, we can see it in our system that it's P Ekenspåle, we call it. So P and I is the I, and Q is the sound actually of the one moon. So P-I-Q is Peikko, and Peikko in root we call troll. So the father of the mother of the troll, trollfader, trollmoder, is actually Peikko Isä, Peikko Äiti. The trollmother and trollfather is actually also our ukko and akka. Ukko akka has their situated in Asgård, and Asgård is the middle point of Odenmaa. Down from Asgård we have Helsingin-Niemi, Helsingenes, and when you go up from Helsingenes you come to the 7 islands above, and the middle of these 7 islands called Odensö, and Odensö has the famous Asgård. In middle of Asgård we have something called Asgårds Arena, and the Asgårds Arena is round like one circus arena. Above the Asgårds Arena we have Midgård, and Midgård is actually one avsats just under the Asgårdsberget, Kuuntel Vuori Lysnarberget. Asgårdsberget has one tower called Glanshem, And in the top of Glansheim we have a svalgång called on the tower of Ukko. So Ukko can go round his svalgång and he can look to all sides. And that time his tower was in the top of the planet. He could go up in the top of his tower. He could walk round the svalgång and he could see the completely round as a tower in the top of the planet, the North Pole before ice time. After that, this North Pole has been shifted, so today is where Helsinki in Finland is situated, with Helsinginies, Helsinginiemi, and outside of Helsinginies is the Asgård on the 7 islands, where the tower was in the top, the Midgård under the hill, and Midgård has Valhalla. Valhalla is one arch, the arch of Midgård, and the arch of Midgård is also symboling of the sky. The himmel of the sky is also the arch of the Asgård. So now we can see on this stone a keyhole we can look in. We have the arch of Asgård down. So Asgård with the arena must be the down part of the picture, and the up part of the picture must be the arch of Valhalla, and the arch of particular. Here we have the arch of Valhalla, and in Valhalla we have the father with the 12 diare, that means Ukko and his 12 sons, Seppo Ilmarinen, Kymmenen Peikko, and Pukki Lemminkäinen. Seppo Ilmarinen is representing moon, and we have him here as the first son, and we can see him very nicely on the picture here. Before we go over to present Seppo Ilmarinen as a picture, I want to turn the page in the book. Ukko and Akka's first son and first daughter, called Seppo Ilmarinen, the first son, and Maija Ilmatar, the first daughter. They are representing moon, and they are representing the new moon, the half moon, and the full moon. And we have here two pictures in front, who is representing Maija Ilmatar and her full moon, and Seppo Ilmarinen and his full moon. So we can see the form. This one is from one walrus bone made thousands of years ago, and it has been saved for us. Seppo Ilmarinen is kuningas, so he representing Ku, what is the moon, and he is kuningas because he belonged to the Aser, and Asernas father is Ukko and Akka. In root we call him Månbocken Balder. Mån means the moon, Bocken means the bock, and Ball means the ball, and if Ball is there, it means Ball there. So we have the old ramsa from root, we have Mån, Bocken, Ball there. And here we can see his ball, 1 and 2, and from his ball is coming up one spolingklubba he has between his hands, and he is in principle offering to himself from himself. From that we have full Månbocken Ball där, full Månbocken Ball där. He is also Ra, So his Ra Bal där. His mun is very important. His mouth, his so, what we can see here. So this is the Ra. We have Ra mun där, Ra Bal där, Ra mun där, Ra Bal där. So we have fullmånbocken Bal där, Ra mun där, Ra Bal där. He has his spoling klubba, who is between his hands and is coming up actually to his mun, so he is offering to himself from himself. His head is the full moon, and we can see that he has one pannband. And this pannband here we call dröp ner ring. The dröp ner ring, because the sperm from his spool-formed huvudskål, the sperm is spool down to his pannband. He has two round eyes called klubbögon, noja, silmat, what means that it's one ring where one kuperad inside is coming out. So it gives the illusion of one round ring, maybe one dröpner ring, who has the kuperad form coming out from the ring. We have 1 and 2 eye, what most symbolized the club by itself. And we have his mun, all the strings go into the mun. If we see here Seppo Ilmarinen, one of the oldest pictures what has been saved from him, with the ramsa Ra Bal där, Ra mun där, and Mån Bocken Bal där. His sister is called Maja Ilmatar, and she is also representing moon. So here we have the sister's head, who we again can see one pannband with one plume, the plumage. And the plumage and the plume is representing her sab, her sap, her juice, who is coming out from her when she clee her clitoris and get the climax, and with one straw she can actually suck out by herself the inside of herself. The moon queen, fullmåndrottningen Balmaja, fullmåndrottningen Balmaja with her full moon. Here we also can see her eyes, who are kuperade ögon, we call them again. That means it has no ring like the brother, but actually eyes who are kuperade in same way, but without the mark of the ring. The mun here, the so, the mun, the mouth is again very, very important, and it's open. So this is actually fullmåndrottningen Balmaja and fullmånbocken Balder's face. We can always think this face masculine or feminine, because the ring around is representing actually the ring around the happening of the moon. And the moon we divide in ny, half and full, ny, halv, full, new, halv, full, ny, halv, full, or uusi, puoli, and täysi kuu. The first here is the ny, and this means udenkuun sarvi, nymåne hornet, the new moon horn. And that's the same like we have mån in the new moon is the first mark when they started to offer for their king and their queen. When the moon has been come to half, we call it Odenkuun-kuppi, and Ku is the moon and Pi is the circle. So Odenkuun-kuppi we can see here, and that means Puolenkuun-kuppi is the half moon. I am sorry. In the Ramsa we have the Odenkuun-sarvi, Odenkuun-kuppi, and Täydenkuun-siivu means nymånehornet, halvmånekopp och fullmåneskiva, or new moon horn, half moon cup, and full moon skiva. So in that way we are offering from the new half to the full moon, and when we come to the full moon, it already has been arriving the sperm or the sav we was offering for the full moon into the full moon, represented by Seppo Ilmarinen and Maja Ilmatar. These two moon figures was actually directing the people who lived according to the moon. You could offering for the coming child in the time of the moon. That means that we have 3 castes before, Jarl, Karl, Trail, and these 3 castes, the lowest caste called Trail, are dancing, and when they are dancing, it's one car who is choosing from these dancing trails. When one trail has been chosen, he gets the title Valjun, and when Valjun get one Legujun and one Tjänstejun for him to be. So they become 4, actually the Sekar, and he is served by one Jun called Valjun, who has together with him the Legujun and the Tjänstejun. In that way there are 4 in the Fyrveppling, we call it, where 4 men can actually be together in one session to offer from the Valjun to the Sekar, who is this man from the middle caste, the Tulpar caste. The man in the Tulpar caste, the Sekar, he is also one Valman, and this Valman, he has to his förfogande one Leguman and one Tjänsteman. Above them we have the Jarl caste, where we call them for husfru and husets herre. Husets fru means talonrouva, talonherra, and one husets herre, one Jarl, he is one lagman. He has the whole lag, and one lagman has again in his turn one lensman, and the lensman has one tjänsteman. Now from the Jarl we go up to the Kyarko, and the Kyarko has Kyarko herra, Kyarko rouva, and Kyarko herra, Kyarko herren have to his förfogande one Kyarko dignitär and one Kyarko föreståndare. This Kyarko herre, he is going one step higher up, and he come to one person called lensherre and lensfru. So lensherre, he has one lensstol, and in front of his lensstol is one pall, one jakkara, and there the man who is offered for him is going up on the jakkara and serving to the lensherre in his länsstol. The länsherre in his länsstol is giving over the sperm to one jätte, one man who has been giving and the feminine side has one jättinna. So now the länsfru is offering to one jättinna and one länsherre is offering to one jätte. One jätte in the turn is traveling the far away to Savolax in East Finland today, and Savolax has one castle called Kyrö Castle, Kyrönlinna, Kyrö slott, Savolax slott, Savonlinna. And Savonlinna is the oldest castle we can present, and Savonlinna picture we have actually here. Savonlinna is also called Kyrö, means one island. Ky means the breeding equipment of one man in Finnish. Every man has one ky. R means ra and ö. So Kyrönlinna, Kyrö slott, Kyrö castle is the oldest slot in the Asgård, what is outside of Odenmaa in Savonmaa in Savolax. This castle, you are arriving to the island from the east, and when you arrived, you came to this harbor we have here, and you do the entrée through the gate we have here. Ny slott, portgång, who lead into the Nygård, where the men was meeting and having their parliament. This front has two towers of Seppo Ilmarinen and his offering. Where you offered to Seppo Ilmarinen before, you had to reach this tower here, who has one cone-formed ceiling or roof with one lantern tower, and the spira in the top is decorated with the Fenris, ulvens gap, means one ulv head who has the tooth, who is the symbol of the Midgårdsormen, keskipisten käärme, lohi, käärme in va. This tower has been the tronstol. There we have the tronstol for Seppo Ilmarinen, for Monbok and Balder, and he is sitting there together with his slottsföreståndare and his slottsdignitär and waiting for the jätte to arrive to this island. We can see the jätte when they are arriving. We can see them here on this picture. We can see the jätte are all sitting in one boat with their 10 loud shield. The loud shield are round shield with one buckla in the middle, means that if you turn the shield and people is offering and spitting into the shield, all the sperm is going down into the buckla where the man who is offered to can drink it like from one cup. The 10 ballbocker, we can see more close here. It's taken from this part, and here we can see the loud sköld with a particular buckla. Loud sköld with a particular buckla, loud sköld with particular buckla, and loud sköld with particular buckla. So they are people who is arriving, and they have just been drinking from the Lens herre in the Lens stol in the ringland, and now they are coming out to Kyrö Castle for to go into the Kur Tower and reaching the floor with the tronstol, where they are going up on the pall, the yakara, and they are actually wanking by themselves and spitting in the king's mouth. The Kyrö has the tower of Seppo Ilmarinen by himself, and he also here has this svalgång, what his father had at home at Asgårdsberget, that he can go round his tower and he can look to all directions. His sister Maja Ilmatar has her own tower, and that we can see here in the background, with a particular ceiling who is one kuperad kupol, also with lanternin and with spira with nymånehornet in the top. When Maja's guests are coming, they are coming in through here with a boat who is landing straight into here, and from there the guest can walk into the Maja's bur tower, and there Maja is lying in her jungfru bur in one divan. And to this Maja's tower is coming the jättinna, who is in her ringland been drinking from one lensfru, and now lensfru is sending jättinna the whole way to Saab-Olax, to Kyrö Saab-on-Linna, for to reach the bur tower with the jungfrubur, and in the jungfrubur is the divan, and in the divan is lying the moon queen, the queen of the moon, Maja Ilmatar. Maja Ilmatar, she has her own tower, what is here, so everybody come to her place here, but the offering ceremony for Maja is actually happening in this tower there, where she also have an upper floor where more sight around, but not complete like her brother, one completely svalgång, but she can also look down from her tower, example, to Nygård, where her brother can see the Nygård from this side, she can see the Nygård from this side. From her own private tower, she has one niche there, and she can sit in this niche and look down to all these jättinnor who are down in front of her, and now they are making question to her in her niche, and she is thinking about the question and throw back to this bunch of beautiful ladies, the jättinna, who in that way can bring her word back to the ringland, to the lensfru, who in that way can get the information from their moon queen, Maja. This tower we call the Dick Tower, and here all the guests is coming in this way for to reach this tower, who most has been used for masculine and feminine. The tower is in 4 floors. In ground floor we have the sauna, second floor we have one tower chamber, and the third we have the sal, the main room, and in the top we have the vindskammare med vindskupa, and through the vindskupa is going the smoke out here. So in the tower is round holes in the floor who come up smoke from the fire from downstairs. So in a way, the whole tower is one chimney by itself. The niches around, the people could go back into the niche, they could close the window, and they could close with one draperie or one gardin, so they could gardera for insyn, and they could, these three inside in this niche, could nicely sleep over the night. This is Kyrö slott, Kyrön linna, where the Jette and Jettinna has before 1050 in the history of Finland coming to give their attribute for the Moon King and Moon Queen Seppo Ilmarinen and Maija Ilmatar. But anyway, the father had always to get his part, so Seppo Ilmarinen had to take his one troll, one peikko, who put his dick to stand for to get the inspiration for the brother to give over the sperm from his spoolingklubba till the Gungnerlands of Ukko Väinämöinen, Bocken, Ball, Guppen, Bär. We can see here in one picture more than 1,000-year-old, one stone slice, who come from Gotland, with already the keyhole to look into it and see the in-sea boat, who is arriving with a special sail of Markstolpar. So when they are coming, the symbolic, the sperm go into the sail, and the sail has squares, rutor, who become maskstolpar, and they are all offering this way up to the main, to Seppo Ilmarinen, Maija Ilmatar, to full moon Bocken Balder, full moon Bocken Balder, ridande på sin vindhäst Spoolingklubban, insvept i sin mantel med puffbyxor, bockfot och en väldig spoolingklubba vid sin sida. We have one more closer picture, that if you see his horse, it's one of the 3 horses in the story, the father with his 8-feeted horse, and one brother has a horse called Lingpiken, and now we have the horse called Spoolingklubban. So his horse has same name as his spolingklubba what he has on his side here. We can see a more clear picture here next to it, so we can again take the same ramsa. Månbocken Balder ridande på sin vindhäst spolingklubba, insvept i sin mantel med puffbyxor, bockfot och en väldig spolingklubba vid sin sida. If this spolingklubba is also his dick, the ramsa is solbocken Balders ballpungsäckar, solbocken Balders ballpungpåsar, and solbocken Balders ballpungkassar. Så det kassar, the påsar, and the ball by itself. So he become also månbocken ball där, or ra ball där, ra mun där, ra ball där, ra mun där. And in that case he has one ball vid one grovt draperat kabelskaft, and here he has flänsmössa, and here you can see his hjälmudd. So if you covered the head like this, he become one riding dick by himself. The ramsa of him is of course ballpungsäckar, ballpungpåsar, ballpungkassar, grovt draperat kabelskaft, stormhatt med hattrand, hattbord, hattlinning, and from this hattlinning, when you open that, you come to the next one called stolpstånd med flänsmössa. The flänsmössa we have here. The same thing we can see on ourselves. We have, if we see here, we have ballpungsäckar, ballpungpåsar, ballpungkassar, grovt draperat kabelskaft, and if you open your hat, you come to one flänsmössa, and from flänsmössa you come to karpusluva, and from karpusluva you come to pickelhuva, and from pickelhuva you come to hjärtkrans, and from hjärtkrans you come down to false ring, where you show your complete helmet. If you now see this complete helmet and we take it up back to the flänsmössa, you can see the same illusion here on the picture with Seppo Ilmarisen pall-it, Seppo Ilmarisen kass-it, Seppo Ilmarisen puss-it, Seppo Ilmarisen ky, Seppo Ilmarisen kyrvän varsi, Seppo Ilmarisen kyrvän pää, and Seppo Ilmarisen myrsky hattu. So the hattu means the hat. So from the hat you come down, from the hat you come down to the flänsmössa, from flänsmössa you come down to pickelhuva, from pickelhuva you come down to hjärtkrans, and from hjärtkrans you come down to false ring, and when you show your false ring you also show your heart, because your heart field is actually on the front side. The heart field has heart bows and the heart with a vek. So if you blotta your heart, you also show your neck. If you take up from your neck, you come to hjärtkrans, and from hjärtkrans to pickelhuva, from pickelhuva to karpusluva, from karpusluva till flänsmössa, and from flänsmössa to stormhatt. This illusion we get from this 1,000-year-old picture from Gotland. Other side we have Maja. Maja Ilmatar, she has a long klänning as her mother. She has hög barm, what means her balcony. She is crowned by one laxorm turban, and she has one delfin stav in her hand. That one. And we can see the delfin stav here. Here we have the same. So the lady, she has one delfin stav, what is one rör. So when it's actually in C formed, she can drink from this hole here, and it go round to the delfin mouth, what is here, and this is also lancet formed. So Maja, she could, like we draw I hand with our dick or prick, she is dra sill, and when she get her klimax, she can take her delfinstav and she can drink like we men, straight from the utmynning of the delfinstav. So we could both offer, the man could offer from his ballklubba, and the lady could offer to clee her clitoris, get the climax, and get one vase straw, and with the vase straw she could serve the lady she offered to her sav in sav olax, in sav on linna, in Kyrö slott in Finland. Thank you. When Ers and Seppo Ilmarinen, Maja or Seppo Ilmarinen has been drinking from this jätte in Kyrö, when we come to the full moon, he has already to come home to Asgård, and the next picture is when Seppo Ilmarinen is arriving back to Helsingin for to go out to Valhalla to divide the sperm he been getting from this jättar with his 10 brothers, and the youngest of this brother is giving it to Solbocken Balder, who has one lancet lance in his hand. The 10 Balbockar, they have rosklubbor in their hand, and Månbocken Balder has one spolingklubba in his hand. When we now look at the picture, we can again see this ulv with the open face, the same we have in the spira at Kyrö slott. That means one ulv, one varg, called Fenrisulven, and it's coming from this way. The opposite side is the Maja, who has this. This is the bird, what representing laxormen, and via laxormen the sav is coming in to the solfågeln svanen in the end, and via the Midgårdsormen is coming into Solbocken Balder in the end, who give 30 days to solfågeln svanen for her to prepare herself to be mother, and after 30 days Solbocken Balder is putting in the sperm in solfågeln svanen, and she will be mother, and one of the children in Asgård from Svan will be born. Here we can see the picture where the moon, Seppo Ilmarinen, is coming home. Here we can see him with the man in the moon, the face, and the man in the moon in the face has huvudskål, it has ögonbryn, it has näsa, it has mustache, it has hake, and it has also the pipskägg. We can see the same here. This is our Seppo Ilmarinen in Finland with his huvudskål, his ögonbryn, his öga, his näsa, his mustache, his mun, his hake, and pipskägg. So this figure here, what is one classical man in the moon, we can also see when our Seppo Ilmarinen is coming home from Kyrö in this picture med en väldig spolingklubba in his hand. He is looking to the full moon Shiva in the background, and here we have Seppo Ilmarinen's crown with 4 udd, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Seppo Ilmarinen is giving over his sperm to the second oldest brother, who is called Balbock Sekret E Ra Re. The sekreterare is the second oldest of the boys, and the second youngest is the kassör, and the kassör is serving the sperm to the youngest Solbocken Balder, Pukki Lemminkäinen. So when we go back to the picture, we see here Månbocken Balder arriving this way, but he give over to his 10 brother, who representing by this man with the rosklubba in his hand. Here seems to be the ball in symbolic, and the shaft might be the kavelskaft of his rosklubba. Now the youngest, the second youngest, is giving over it to Solbocken Balder, what we have here, and Solbocken Balder with his pickelhjelm, and Solbocken Balder with his lancet lance in his hand. Ballbocken Balder med his rosklubba in his hand and Månbocken Balder med en väldig spolingklubba. Now the whole sperm has been gone to the youngest, Pukkilemminkäinen, Solbocken Balder, who is giving it over with the edge of his here, and it go into the swan, who represented by this side, and the swans come in from Laxormen we have here, so Laxormen in the same way is coming in to divide the sav into the swan, what also is divided in this masculine way when we see when it go to the lancet, lance edge and out into the swan. But Solbocken Balder is not only getting the sperm, also the father Ukko has to get his. And that we see the arch of Valhalla is here. The symbolic swan with her hals is here, Solfågeln Svanen, Aurinko Lintu Joutsen. Here we see one man, one Ballbock in his chair, and the Ballbock with his satyrosklubba in his hand, where he is just offering to himself from himself. The same picture we have also in one statue, what we have here. Here we can also see one of these Ballbockar sitting in his stolpstol med en enorm satyrosklubba in his hand. Here is his helmet, here is his heart shield, here is his neck, here is his kavelskaft between his his arms, and here we have one ball and one ball, so this is Ballbocken Balder, we can see with his corn-formed hat. The same man as we see here, we can also see now when we go back, where it was. We can see him sitting here. He is actually one föreståndare who's sitting with his big stånd and giving the inspiration for Månbocken Balder with his Midgårdshjelm. The Midgårdshjelm we can see here, and his ballklubba is coming out here. The Midgårdshjelm of Seppo Ilmarinen we have also here, and this is the Midgårdshjelm of Seppo Ilmarinen, where we can see the Midgårdsorm and the eye, a club eye, where it come out the kuperad klubba, the tongue of the Midgårdsormen who go into Seppo Ilmarinens face, and the face has this huvudskål, ögonbryn, öga, näsa, mustascher, mun, hake, and pipskägg. So now we are back again in the classical The Man in the Moon. The Midgårdsormen is crowned by the Laxormen, so above the Midgårdsormen we have this Laxorm, what is the feminine snake in the story. Here we have his mandel eyes in his mask. Seppo Ilmarinen has always mandel eyes in his mask, and this we could call the tree sol or the tree udd, where it come in from. This helmet has one spool form in that way that it's completely spool form, and the color is himmelsblå, mellanblå, azurblå, and indigo blå. So the same color we can see when we think that here we have Seppo Ilmarinen with his Midgårdshelmet, with the Midgårdsorm crowned by the Laxorm. From his spolingklubba he is giving over to Ukkos Gubbens Gungnir lance, And here we have the Gungnir lance, the Ukko Väinämöinen's symbol, actually his Mimun sword, or his Gungnir lance, where now his oldest son is obligated to also offer for him. This is the Ukko Väinämöinen. This is Bocken Ballgubben Per with his Sluknir Hatt, who is taking over the sperm from his oldest son when he become offered after the trail has been dancing and offering to the car cast. The car has been giving over to the Jarl. The Jarl has been giving it over to QRQ. The QRQ has been giving it over to Lens Herre. And Lens Herre has been giving it over to one Jette. The Jette has been traveling the long way to Kyrö Slott I Savolax and giving the sperm for Seppo Ilmarinen, the moon, the king of the moon, who is arriving on this picture with the man in the moon face, with a full moon in the background, giving it over to his second oldest brother, and giving over to the second youngest brother, with his Roosklubba, giving it over to the youngest brother, Pukki Lemminkäinen, Solbocken Balder, who is giving it to the swan, who is drinking 30 day and getting in the sperm for to be pregnant. But anyway, the father had always to get his part, so Seppo Ilmarinen had to take his one troll, one peikko, who put his dick to stand for to get the inspiration for the brother to give over the sperm from his spooling klubba till the Gungnir lance of Ukko Väinämöinen, Bocken Ballgubben Per. Thank you. And the towers are Kur Tower, where the Jette was giving the aid to the king. And the next tower is the Bur Tower with Jungfru Bur, where the Jettinna was giving over her sow to the Moon Queen. There is the Ears Tower, where he has his niche. He could sit with his cross leg and look down to the Nygård in the parliament. And the next tower is the Mai's Tower, and there Mai, our Moon Queen, was waking up in the morning. So we have Kur, Bur, Ears, Mai, and the biggest, thickest tower is the Dick Tower, where all these Jette and Jettinnor is coming and waiting for their turn for to offer for the king and the queen of the moon. In the Bur Tower, the queen have her Jungfru Bur, and the Jungfru Bur is in the top of the tower in the Vindskammare with the Vindskupa, and under this Vindskupa is her Divan, where all these Van Jettinnor was opening their wings for her. The other tower is the Ears Kur Tower, and there was the Jette coming, and there in the winds warning, in the top, in the Vindskupa, under this kupa is a tronstol with one jakkara, one pall in front. The Jette, when he give the air, he stand on this pall and he is draw I hand by himself, and he gave from the heart to the king, sitting in the stool, taking the thing. Thank you. Because they are higher, they are himmelsgode and himmelsgudinna. When Bock is fruktbarhetsgode and fruktbarhetsgudinna and representing the sun. And fruktbarhetsgoden brother is kärleksgode and his sister is kärleksgudinna. So 6 of them most strongest are in a way in the sky. Okay, we have one ramsa, and this ramsa consists of 8 names. And in root language we call them for gubbe, gumma, bock, svan, ers, maj, frej, freja. 8 names. Gubb, end with e. Gumma, end with a. Bock, svan, ers, maj, frej, freja. But we can also turn it in one other way. And we have gubb, ben, gum, an, bock, ken, sva, nen, ers, maj, frej, freja. So the 4 first one has one ending like ben or an or ken or nen instead of gubb, gum, a, bock, svan. We have gubb, ben, gum, an, bock, ken, svan, nen, ers, my Freya. So now on the top is gubben and gumman. And the second is bocken and svanen, and here's my Freya. Now gubb and gum, we have here in Odenmark, we have gubböle and gumböle. Gubböle, gumböle. Böle is actually the sound of one cow. So gubb and gum, it's the ground sound gubb and gum, because you can put on gubböle and gumböle. This gumma, she has one place called Gumbo. So she has Gumbo. She not only have gumböle. And gubben or gubbe or gubböle or gumma, gumman och gumböle. Gubb är alltså det högsta. Och vår gubb är pär. En pär betyder huvud och R är R. Så han blir Oske gubben pär. Oske gubben pär. En Oskegubben Pär är en himmelsgode och Pärs hustru och Pärs mak A är himmelsgodinna. Så Oskegubben Pär är himmelsgode och hans mak A, Ella, är himmelsgodinna. Bock och svan är fruktbarhetsgode, en fruktbarhetsgodinna. Så bock is fruktbarhetsgode and svan is fruktbarhetsgodinna. And fruktbarhetsgode is representing the S in the alphabet, what is solen. And in the S is the sound of fruktbarhet, because solen and strålar give the fruktbarhet on the planet. So now bocken and svanen, they are fruktbarhetsgode and fruktbarhetsgodinna. These fruktbarhetsgodes parents are Oskegubben Pär and his maka, who are himmelsgode, himmelsgodinna. And himmelsgode and himmelsgodinnas first son or oldest son are Ers and Maj. So Ers and Maj are the first son Ers and first daughter Maj of this himmelsgode and himmelsgodinna. So now Ers and Maj is representing the moon, and they become kärleksgode and kärleksgodinna. So now the moon is representing kärleksgode and kärleksgudinna, erkänd Maj, always the first daughter and first son of this himmelsgode and himmelsgudinna. And himmelsgode and himmelsgudinnas 12th son is this fruktbarhetsgode Bock with his fruktbarhetsgudinna Svan. So now we have 6 are the high godness we call. What is gubben gummar? Because they are higher, they are himmelsgode and himmelsgudinna. When Bock is fruktbarhetsgode and fruktbarhetsgudinna and representing the sun. And fruktbarhetsgoden brother is kärleksgode and his sister is kärleksgudinna. So 6 of them most strongest are in a way in the sky. Now when you look up in the sky, you can see different birds, and one of them can be the good phoenix. The good phoenix is one bird who look like one little bit eagle nose with big claw. And this representing this måndrottningen Ball, Maja. Måndrottningen Ball, Maja, has one bird called den gode Phoenix. And An, she is the An mother. And because she is the An mother, she is crowned by one and bird head who has andnäbb, andhuvud, and andöga, and andhals. And this and is representing the laxormen, because her daughter, Maj, she has the laxorm's turban. Now Maj, she has 6 sisters. And these 6 sisters can in one form be kammarjungfru. Yeah? But in one other form they can be ballhäxor. And in one third form they can be tärnor. And tärnor is white, small, nice birds we have still over the marketplace today. So you can look in the sky and there you can see one tärna. But before, when you, especially girls, see one tärna, they're reminded in the tär and na is 2 sound. The first is tär and the other one is na. Now they have the S-van because she comes from Vaner. And she became one fruktbarhetsgudinna called S in the alphabet solet. So we had the S-van. And when the S-van is flying in, she gets 12 sons and 7 daughters from this box sperm. So now one woman could also look one swan and thinking that this bird is representing this mother. So now we have the ant, and we have the phoenix, and we have the tärna, and we have the swan. So all ladies could look up in the sky and wow, they could see some of their godness flying around their livslevande in the sky. Because they remind all these birds them for this figure in the pantheon of Asgard. So Maja's 7 sisters could be kammarfruar, They could be ballhäxor or they could be tärnor. Now, Ior's brothers are 11 younger brothers, and the youngest is solbocken Ball där, and the oldest is Månbocken Ball där, and between them is 10 Ballbockar. So the oldest of these brothers are Månbocken Ball där. And the youngest of these 12 brothers are Solbocken Ball där. But the 10 brothers between are 10 Ballbockar. So they are all Balder. They are Ballbocken Balder, Solbocken Balder, Månbocken Balder, even Ballgubben Per or Ballgubben Ball där. So they are all 13 are Balder. Ballgubben Per is also Ballgubben Ball där. And he's Ballgubben Ball där only when you see his ball. When you see Ballgubben Balders ball, in that way it becomes Ballgubben Balder. Otherwise he's Ballgubben Per, if you don't see the ball. But he is Ballgubben Ball där. Ballgubben Balder, Ballgubben Balder is Oskargubben Per is Ballgubben Ball där. And the next one representing the moon. So he is Månbocken Ball där. Because you see his ball, so he's Balder. Otherwise maybe only Månbock. But now he's Månbocken Ball där. So it's absolute this Ball där. And the youngest is representing the sun as fertility goddess. So he is Solbocken Ball där, if you see the ball. Otherwise he's only Solbocken. If you see the ball, he's Solbocken Ball där. And one Ballbock, if you see the ball, he's Ballbocken Ball där. So now the all 13 are Ball där. Now these masculine Ballbockar, they can also be kammarherrar. They can also be kammarherrar, and they also can be balltroll, with trollmask. So now the troll, the 10 troll and the 6 häxor, the 10 troll and the 6 häxor are sisters and brothers. The 10 troll and the 6 häxor are sisters and brothers. And we have förtrollad and förtrollande. Now, gumman has this symbol of and. So also förhäxad och förhäxande. Förhäxad and förhäxande. Or förtrollad or förtrollande. Nu gör häxdryck and trolldryck. Jag är häxeri and trolleri. They are all same. The masculine is the troll and the feminine is the häx. Häxeri, trolleri, förhäxad, förtrollad, förtrollande, förhäxande. But now you have also häxkittel. And häxkittel is one feeling she has, so she has to clee. One häxkittel is one inside feeling, so now she get the feeling to clee, her clee, because from this kittel come this clee. When we have again trolldom, when our dick is standing and we don't know really how to go it down, without one can take it out. So we have trolldom when the lady has häxkittel, and the lady get out häxmos, and the man get out trollsås. Gubb Bock, svan, ers, maj, Freja. Or Ben, Bock, Ken, Svanen, ers, maj, Freja. Svanen is already one mother. And Gumman is also one mother. Gumman is one mother, and Svanen is one mother. And Bocken is one father, and Gubben is one father. And everybody who born from one swan, they called piruett. And they call them aser and asynjor. Aser and asynjor. So the feminine are asynjor and the masculine are aser. But now they have also something called roset. Not only piruett, because Solbockenbalder is piru. And Solbockenbalder is making pirouette with a swan. But Solbockenbalder is also making children with these beautiful girls called Disa. And this Disa, when she get mother from Solbockenbalder's sperm, these Disa's children can be in the future one landshövding. The Disa's child can be one landshövding. But the Disa's child can also be one länsfru. And Disa's child can also be one länsherre. So the länsherres mother is one Disa, the länsfru's mother is one Disa, and the landshövdings mother is one Disa. So now one Disa is one stammother. The Disa is the stammother. When Svan and Gumman are mothers. Now these children of the Disa, if they have balans, they call them, they can be one landshövding. if they have one ball lans, they can be one landshövding. But if they have ballklubba, they become one länsherre. So now only the children of Disa who has one balans can be landshövding in the future. All the other has to be only länsherrar in the ringlands. Now that is länsherre, they call him also for narr. So the länsherre is also one narr. And the länsfru is one narr. So the länsfru is one narr. Enar means unite. And they can have one hovnarr and narr. And this hov is hova in, up to the kammar, where there are kammarfruar who is kammarin, and kammarherrar who is kammarin. But also hov narr is one hovnarr who is hova in. Like one narr is one narr who is hova in. So they have the name hov in all these ringlands. But inside in Odenma is 6 kammarfruar and 10 kammarherrar who kammar in the system. Now outside of this pirouette and roset, we have inside in every ringland jarl ett, karl ett, and träl ett. So every ringland is divided in 3 different castes. Now one landshövding, who is the child of one Disa, and father is Solbocken Balder. Now the landshövding, he make the jarl daughter pregnant. And the jarl man make the car woman pregnant. And the car man make the trail woman pregnant. But the trail by themselves had no right to make children, but they could always uppoffra for the coming child in Asgård. And this we call pirouette, ros ett, jarl ett, karl ett, and trail ett. So every trail could say my father is Kar, every Kar could say my father is Jarl, every Jarl could say my father is the landshövding, and every landshövding could say that my father is Solbocken Balder, who later on become even himmelsgode Oskegubben Per. Now when this länsfruar, when they get a little bit more older, they could call them old ring ladies, old ringar. And these old ringar, in the end they become skärringar. Skärringar, ladies called skärringar, who was old ringar who before had been beautiful länsfruar. And now we have påskkärringar and påskhäxor. So the påskhäxor is only the 6 häxor. But many påskkärringar, who are all the ladies who is now uppoffra themselves in this blåkulla for their sister's Disa, who is drinking their sav, because the Disa, she is drinking from her påskkärringars sav in one savbrunn, where the sav is in a way mixed with water. So when the woman had their Disa had her 30-day honeymoon, she was drinking from the sav water from the savbrunn under that 30 days period. What had been uppoffrad by this påskkärringar. Now Solbock and Balder, he could not give them all 30 days to drink, because they should have been sucking him completely empty. So the Solbock and Balder, he had something what we modern day called for stand-in. That means that from all these ringlands around, one of these landshövding could get the enormous honor in his life to travel the whole way into Nyland and the Gumbostrand, to one place called Eriksnäs. And there in Eriksnäs, all these landshövdingar from different ringland was coming up. And after Eriksnäs, they take the Sibo river down of the river, and they come to one place close to one place called Siboberget. Siboberget. And inside in Siboberget is Balder's temple for Solbock and Balder. So he is there inside in the mountain, and now coming one of these landshövdingar from far away, and they are now exchanging sperm, this Solbock and Balder and this landshövding. So landshövding, of course, had big shot with him when he arrived. Maybe all of them had been getting the honor to be included in these landshövding's balls. So he is giving the whole shot to Solbock and Balder, who now also give to him one shot. So they are doing what they call 69 in this temple, to exchange sperm. So now this landshövding, the landshövding has been drinking from Solbock and Balder. And now his obligation is to give one shot every day to one Disa, who is now drinking 30 days this landshövding's sperm from this enormous ringland where everybody is included in that sperm. He already gave one shot for Solbock and Balder, and now he get one from him, and now he start to feed this lady Disa, who get all these nami, you know, in 30 days. But at the same time, there are also these girls who are in honeymoon drinking from this savbrunn, who has been offered him from länsfruar, who already are not anymore in the carnival. They are like already like little bit on the older, so they call them old ringar, these kärringar, and they are only with old ladies who is putting their sav into the savbrunn for these beautiful disas to drink under their honeymoon period in Gumbostrand. Now after they have been drinking 30 days, they are transporting them with some special boat to an island called Bocklandet. And there they are all who've been drinking 30 days and only waiting for the Solbock and Balder, who is sitting in the top of one tower and looking at all these ladies who all are waiting for him to row over to the other side of Frösundet, where he take only one of these ladies who've been drinking 30 days, and he personally is rowing her, the romantic, over to the other side and bringing her to the top of the tower where he is doing his obligation and making her pregnant. So Solbock and Balder could be two shots be father. One he had always to give to this landshövding in the beginning, And now in the end he could put it by himself. And now from these children come these länsherrar, länsfruar, landshövdingar, but also Tora and Tyr, and Tora and Tyras mother is Lisa. So now when they're uppoffra for the coming child in Asgård is the pirouette, roset, jarlet, karlet, trelet, who in a way all are included because the trelet girl, she clear her clitoris and she get climax, and now she is releasing something called sav. And this she do in one offerlund. One offerlund. So in the offerlund, the trail girl is giving over her sav to the car girl. And now the car girl, she is going to the kapell, who is under the jarl's table. So now this car girl, she go, and she outside of the house is one pole with one skär ven called symbol, was made from straws, and it looks like one lady is under and one midja, and all the birds is eating the seeds from this straw combination. She take one straw, this car girl, and after she put it in her shoe to not broke. And after she go into the house, and there is husets fru, and she go into the kapell from one side under the table, and this car girl, she come in from the other side under the table called kapell, and there this girl is clear her clitoris and get out her sav, what this huset fru can suck via this straw. Isn't it romantic? Mm-hmm. Now next morning, this husets fru is obligated to take with bjällarklang, to go to one place called QRK. And in this QRK is one QRK fru. And now this QRK fru, she is now having the right to drink from all these husets fru, who all are coming to this QRK for to uppoffra for the coming child in Asgård. So now this QRK fru, she has a way to go to the, now this was already the temple. The QRK is already the temple at that time, but it's called QRK. So they have from Offerlund to Kapell, and from Kapell to Temple. And from this temple, this QRK fru, she is offering her sav to the länsfru, whose mother is Disa. And now this länsfru, she is offering it to one jungfru. And they had to make one dance called Jungfru dance, where they're dancing in one labyrinth, round, 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 and they turn 7 times before they are in the middle. And this dance called Jungfru dance. And if she, that means that she put some kind of toffs on her balcony, and she can roll them to this side or up or something. It's a special dance. It's the opposite to magdans you have for coming child. That woman, she has to do this magdans for to be mother, but to be jungfru, you have to do this balcony. So it must be the balcony who is the sensitive thing in this yppig barm, they call it yppig barm, when the woman want to yppa one secret inside. She maybe gets häxkittel, so now she yppa it with her barm to other girls. We don't know about this thing, we men. So now this woman, this Jungfru, when she had been going through all these tests, she become one jättinna. And when she is one jättinna, she can go out from her ringland, and she can pass all these ringlands to one place called Saab Lax. And Saab is just this Saab what they are all offering in the Ramsa, and U is the whole, and Lax is the laxormen, what this Kyrö Slottsfru, she has one laxorm turban on her head, and she has one tower in Kyrö Slott, or Ny Slott, called Bur Tower. And inside in her Bur Tower is one Jungfru Bur. And in the top floor called Wind's floor is one divan, because all these jättinnor are vaner. And there this jättinna is clear her clitoris and release this Saab to the Moon Queen, who is lying there and waiting for all these nice visitors who come. And now under this moon period, all this has been happening. This Moon Queen, she has at home in Valhalla, she has 6 sisters who can be kammarfruar, example, in the Ramsafru. And the youngest of this kammarfru is opening her wings and offering for Solfågelsvaden. Now on masculine side, exactly the same. This trail boy, he's only wanking and spitting for the carboy, and the carboy is going under the table and spitting for this husets herre, and husets herre is also wanking for Kyarku herre, and Kyarku herre is also wanking for this länsherre, and länsherre is giving it to one jätte because he been giving and now this jätte is traveling all these lands to the Savolax, where is this Kyarö castle with his Kyarö herre, and he has one Kur tower. And in the wind's warning of Kur tower he has his tronstol, and there he's sitting and doing his obligation, that the jätte is standing on one pall in front of him, wanking by himself, one slottsdignitär and one slottsföreståndare, a little bit giving stånd and dingel, but otherwise he has to wank by himself, this jätte, and spit it straight in the mouth of the king, the Moon King, Månbocken Balder. So now Månbocken Balder has been drinking there on his tronstol with all his boys who has been standing up in front of him, wanking and spitting the sperm in the mouth. But he has one key. He never touched this king. He put like one key around and take it like that. He never... Okay. Now this Månbocken Balder, he has these 11 brothers at home called lag. And they can be 10 kammarherrar if they kammar in. And the youngest kammarherre is one kassör, who serve the sperm to Solbocken Balder, who now has been drinking Solbocken Balder from this kassör, from this kammarherrar. And the second oldest is called sekreterare, and sekreterare has been drinking from this slottsherre or Månbocken Balder, who has been drinking there in Kyrö from this jätte, who has been drinking from the länsherre whose mother is Disa. who've been drinking from this jar, who've been drinking from this car, who've been drinking from this trail. Like that it was before when we offered for the coming child in Asgård to Asgård's Asar and Asynjur. But Midgård is there where the hole in the North Pole is. So where the hole in the North Pole is, there is also Midgård. And now Midgård happened to be on one island, one big granite bubble from the beginning of the Creator's time. And on top of this bubble is one hole in the North Pole. Gubb, Ben, Gum, An, Bock, Ken, Svan, Nen, Ers, Maj, Freja. Gum An is one An mother and Gubb Ben is one An father. So if we think back to paradise time where already Gubben, Gumman, Bocken, Svanen, Ers, Maj, Freja was existing. In paradise time when they had 2,000 ringlands, much to make children in such a system. But anyway, the small little trail could always think that his father was one car. Maybe be proud because my father is one car. But he could also think that his grandfather is one jarl. Also high grandfather to be jarl. And his grandfather's father was one landshövding. And his grandfather's grandfather was Oskegubben Per by himself. So when they think about people, these gudar and gudinnar in Asgård was not so far away, even when it was 2,000 ringland, because if my father is Kar, my grandfather is Jarl, If my grandfather is Jarl, my grandfather's father is in that way always landshövding, and landshövding was son to Disa, and in that way also Oskegubben Per became my grandfather's grandfather. And my grandfather's grandmother, she is this gumman Ella in the Asgårds pantheon. So we was more like one family in these days when we could think about our relatives in one different proportion than today when we don't know even if we have one grandfather and grandmother, because they call them mother's parents now for grandfather and grandmother. So we don't really know anymore in English. But in root we have clear. We have your father's father called farfar and farmor, and far and farbror and faster, and mor and far and syster and bror. So for us we can think in our language about these people we are close to without to think about their name. You can always think about your far, your farfar, your farfars föräldrar, your farfars, and you see also your farbror or farbröder, faster and fastrar, mor, far, and bror and syster. So we can think them in the brain. Example, in English they don't have them or say my grandfather from mom's side and grandfather from papa's side, and in the end come so confused so you can't think about them at all. So in these days when your far was one Kar and your grandfather was one Jarl and the grandfather's father was one landshövding, and the grandfather's father had been Solbock and Balder, who in the end had been becoming Bock and Balgubben Per, who become the Oskegubben Per in the sky. Something to think about if we think back how they had it before 50 million, 10,000 and 19 years back. $50,000,000, 10,000 and 19 years back. 50 million, 10,000 and 19 years back happened when Ragnarök, so the axle and pole changed. And in these days we call this landshövding for maaherra. Maaherra is one landshövding 50 million, 10,000 and 19 years back. Maaherra. And herra means same like herr in one. So this maaherra, he was also one rabbi. Yeah? So he was not only maaherra, he was also rabbi, or he was landshövding. In one ringland, and now because the Ragnarök came and it come 10 different tropical art of people, one of them get the name Narr. One of them get the name Narr. And because his kass was so big, he become Narr kass, sur means big in one. So now this Narkasur, he get one place called Pueskar, and in top of Pueskar is one lake. And there in the middle of the lake, this Narkasur, he built one tower with one niche. Now Narkasur's children get one ringland each. and they call them Ma, Ha, Ra, Di, and A. And the Maharaja, he is making children with the Jarl, and they are calling their Jarl for only Radia, no Maharadia, only Radia. And the Radia's children again is called Kar, same like in Paradise Time. And we have Sabu PRT, what is our lowest, but they call them only for Gati. So now the Gati girl, she knows that her father is one Kar, and her grandfather is one Raja, and her grandfather's father is one Maharaja, and the grandfather's grandfather is Narkasur. Now also Maharaja's brother is Nar, and sister Sie Nar. So they call him Narkasur. Now their Nars can go personally to Pueskar and offer for their father's coming child. Or they could of course also send one Jette and Jetinna in their system. So now the Maharaja's father is the Narkasur in Pueskar, called place, in Radiastan, in Radiastan is one place called Pueskar, and in top of Pueskar hill is one lake. And in the middle of the Pueskar lake is Narkasur's palace. And in the top he has one niche. And now all these Nars from these different ringlands are coming and standing in one half circle around this lake. So they can make question to Narkasur who sits in his niche. And they are shouting up the question and he's listening, and after this Narkasur is with high voice shouting the answer to this Nar, who is going to his ringland and telling his brother, the Maharaja. Now they also come Peking, come one more with same system. So in the end there was 10 tropical art who are created by the creator 50,010,019 years back. And we call them red people, yellow people, the Chinese. Narkasur people are brown people. The African people are blue people. And there in America we had these red people, and we in the north we are white people. So we have been putting some kind of color on us in the history of human being. Now 50,010,019 years ago, it was finished, the ice time. Now a monkey is called Vane in this Hindi language. So Vaner are monkeys. So now, already in Gotland period, they were sending one of the 10 brothers, really it was, to meet this Narkasur there in Puskar. And he's coming like with one whole mountain in his stone symbol in his hand, and he stay in front of the king, and he has one pall, and he is offering. And his name is Han Odens man, who became famous as Hanuman, like one monkey. And this one period has been existing at least 1,000 years' time. It has been happening that one of these Nordic gods really personally has been coming to India for to bring down or bring up in their offering system. But also Bud A, Asna's Bud, was also one of these Hanumans. And they say that even Dionysus was one who after ice time appeared these kind of sperm downbringers or maybe more upbringers because they were bringing down this domestical animal who this Gubbe Noah had been saving there at Gotland. So after ice time they've been spreading out this cow, this pig, this chicken, this arctical goat and long-haired lamb, and even one kind of horse. They had all these things, plus the mammoth who was walking around here. But Noah forget to take mammoth with him, so we don't have any more. Gubb Ben, Gum An, Bock Ken, Svan Nen, Ers Maj Freja. From them 6 are gudar, and we call them Asa gudar and Asa gudinnor. But outside of this Asa gudar and Asa gudinnor, we had the Disa. And the Disa is one stammother. And her children become one ett, called Ros ett. So now the landshövding is belong to Ros ett. And also länsfru and länsherre. But also Tor and Tyr and Tora and Tyra are Ros ett. And there are also Aser, because you can only As if you have one mother who is Svan or one mother who is Disa. So now Tor and Tyr and Tor Ra and Tyr Ra has a mother called Dis ett. But Diset is the Ros ett, the neck Ros ett, Dis ett from the Disa. And before that, Pa, what is Asnas pole, Ra, what is Asnas Ra, Dis ett. And in this time of paradise ett, also Tor and Tyr, and Tora and Tyra was 2 women, Tora and Tyra, who was out fishing for laxormen. And Tor and Tyr was out fishing for mead gourds or men. And Tor and Tyr on äventyr, and Tora and Tyra on äventyr was welcome to every place they arrived to. They always was people who everybody want to have in their house, and when they want to go somewhere, they had no own horse. They was always have what they call kytivelvollisuus. They could be always go further on. And they was all out for fishing of midgårdsormen and fishing of laxormen. Tor symbol was his hammer, but he has also one järnstång. And Turantyra was out for fishing for laxormen. The difference between Midgårdsormen and laxormen is actually only that feminine laxorm and masculine Midgårdsorm. But Midgård is there where the hole in the North Pole is. So where the hole in the North Pole is, there is also Midgård. And now Midgård happened to be on one island, one big granite bubble from the beginning of the Creator's time. And on top of this bubble is one hole in the North Pole. And they call it for one jättegryta, the people who've seen it. Hiden Kirno in Van. And if here inland in Odenma has mountains, we can call them for one bergshäll. And bergshäll is always one flat part somewhere on the mountain where you can sit down and give out example information. But if these bergshäll are on the fastland, it's always called bergshäll. For example, Gumböle has one bergshäll and Gubböle has one bergshäll, where now Gubbe and Gumma could show themselves to sit on this kind of natural plateau and look down to the people who were looking up to them. But now on island we call the same bergshäll for klipphäll. And in the middle of this klipphäll is this Midgård with a hole in the North Pole. So above this klipphäll there was building one arch, what was the symbol of the himlavalvet with himmelsgode and himmelsgudinna, Gubben and Gumman. And this place they called Valhalla. Val means election. Hall is the place where the election is taking place, and it's for A. It's called Valhalla. And in Valhalla is the hole in the North Pole, who is situated on one klipphäll with one arch above. Now down from Midgård you come to Asgård. And Asgård has one arena called Asgårds Arena. And if you stand on Asgårds Arena, you can look into the arch who is standing on Midgård with a hole in the North Pole. If you look above the whole arch, you see the top of the mountain, who also have one plateau, and on this plateau is one tower with one niche. And in this niche is sitting Gubbe, Ballgubben Per by himself. And from this niche he can look over Valhalla down to this Asgård, where in the middle of Asgård Arena he has his oldest son. And a half ring from this arena become Nars, who is coming from this different ringland, and they are standing around this half arena and making their question to Ers. And Ers is shouting up the question to the father in the niche. and the father is Keva and shouting down so everybody can hear to the son Ers. And Ers is personally going to tell to this Narr who was asked the king Ers. So now this mountain we call Lysnarrberget. And on Lysnarrberget is Midgård, and under Midgård is Asgård with the arena. Now when Tor and Tyr is coming home from their äventyr, they are drawn by wagons, by lifeboats, and they're all naked, and they all show their ball, what they've been collecting on their äventyr, when they go round, and everybody can look what they're coming home with. Tyr is coming in on the arena on one pig.
Tell about the Viapuri, the history of Viapuri, those 7 islands which are in front of the city of Helsinki. Today these islands are called Suomenlinna, but this name came for them 1921, if I remember right. And the earlier name Sveapori came 1748, but before that it was called Viapuri. And there were 7 islands, but in these days we cannot see all the 7 islands because one of them belongs to the military installation here, and so it is not being shown in any of the maps today, although it's very close there. And in some cases 2 islands have been joined together, like there was a channel in between, but it has been filled by the so-called Russian time, 19th century sometimes. But these islands are in front of Helsinki, Helsingnes actually. There's the water area which is around these islands. is the Cronian Sea by the old name, and what the British historian Robert Graves has been saying, the Cronian Sea, the sea of the beginning. And still the water area to the north of these islands, it's still called Kruunuvuoren Selkä, or the Crown Boris Bay. So the name must be a very old one. And on those islands, through them goes the international meridian line that used to be going around the whole globe. Its actually starting point is right here, and it goes all through these three towers. And what is strange on this line is that it goes through the most northernmost point of Europe, and the southern part it goes to the southernmost point of South Africa. And if you look at the world map, it is the most natural line to divide the globe into the east and west. But here are the three towers. Here's the Ukkos Tower, or the Himmel God, as we can also say, sky, the god of Himmel, or the sky. And here's the tower of Lemminkäinen, and here's the tower of the king of the Moonbocken Balder. And as we start the trip here at on these islands, we come first here at the Moonbocken's Towers place. There is church in these days on that place, so that those towers are not there anymore, of course. But there was the tower of the Moonbocken Balder. All these towers, they were made out of round stones. They were covered with white marble, and they were 4 stories high. Moonbocken Balder was living in this tower. He had clothing, blue clothing with a golden yellow belt. And it's being said that the colors of the flag of Sweden was taken out of his clothes, 1248, when the King of Sweden was visiting him there at the Kajani castle. But anyway, he had such a beautiful clothing, and he was living right here. This was the highest point on this island, which in the olden names, this is the King's Island, of course, because he was the king. So this is King's Island. And then if we cross the bridge, we come here to this center part where the Ukkos Tower has been. And that is a very strange place. It was on that base rock, and it was the same kind of a tower otherwise, but those white marble plates were still covered with gold. So it was golden tower. And Ukko was living there. And all these towers have been made on a base rock, which is very old here in Finland, about 2,500 million years old, about. That's what the scientists are saying. Just below this Ukkos Tower is also what we call a Valhalla. There was a kind of ansatz, a small drop from the upper part of the base rock, and there was the Valhalla. There was the Midgården also, and on that Valhalla there was the arch made out of mortar and stones, and under that arch was the throne, stool of the Ukko, where he could see to the arena, that was Asgård Arena, which was in front of this tower. And just close by, very close by to the tower, was also the North Pole, or the North Navel, as we people here in Finland are saying, because the Navel, it was a hole in the base rock, which was the exact spot of the North Pole at that time, before the Ice Age. Now it cannot be seen because there is a museum building that has been built right on top of it, and it's all closed for us. But that hole on the ground, or the hole on the base rock, has been seen by the king of Gustav Vasa of Sweden, and also Peter the Great from Russia. They came to see the exact the place of the North Pole. There was also the pole, which was taken off from it 1748, when this military base was being built here all around. But that was the center point, and that was the point where this meridian line that goes all around the globe started, actually. And all these three towers, it went right through them, and they are right on that line. And here we have another island which is today called Kustaan Miekka, or Gustavsvärd. And today Sammonluoto is the oldest name for it, Sammonluoto. And there was the tower of Pukki Lemminkäinen, who was the breeder for the whole pantheon of gods here in Finland. He was the father for all the people on the world, as he had this Suometar as his wife, that most beautiful lady selected from the surrounding countries. And she had clothing, white dress with a blue belt, the same colors that we have here still today in the flag of Finland. And it's very nice to see that there is a big flag flying right here close by to this place where the flag is up. And so the people who come to Helsinki with boat from Stockholm or from Tallinn, they can see the flag flying there. And it's the most simple flag actually to be seen in the world. Most simple, but what we are thinking anyway, it's the most beautiful flag also, just because of that simpleness. There's a blue cross on a white background. And also the Jesus that he had to make pregnant, they were waiting here on this Pukkisaari, which was on this side, but which cannot be seen on these maps because it's still under the military use. They were being brought from one at a time to this Pukkis tower, and there he had to make them to wait for the coming babies. And the Akkas tower is right here in these days, inside of this cluster of these buildings, but there is still a hill where it used to be. And this Akka, she had a very special duties actually, as she's called Alman Akka, or the mother of all people. And the almanac is also what we have in the almanac, the name days for all the people, at least here in Finland and other Scandinavian countries. We still have the name days, and she was the one who kept it up, this almanac. But that's her name actually, and she was keeping it up. It's a very beautiful place, still there in the middle of these buildings, but this hill has been preserved. And it's a very nice, beautiful place. There are some beautiful oak trees and the ash trees growing around it. And the ash trees are the ash tree is the tree for the ladies, and oak tree is actually the tree for men, but it's also for the mankind, the father tree for all the mankind. And then we can go to see the place of the Tower of Maia. She was the moon goddess, and her tower was here, and there is a military academy or naval academy buildings all around this place. Most probably the tower has been there in the middle of it, but the hill where it was has been leveled off, and we cannot actually see anything out of it today, but we can just think that it must have been there in the middle of the island, most probably. She was the queen, the moon queen, and she had blue dress with a silvery white belt. So she has the same colors in her dress as there is the flag of Greece. In Greece, the Greek flag has the same colors. This island was called Queen's Island, of course. This island here was where the Ukos Tower was. It was the Susisaari in Finland, the Wolf Island, I would say in English, of course, Wolf Island. But this is the Queen's Island. And these are the, now we can see actually only 5 islands here, but as I said, there were 7. And this where the Akkas Tower is, it was a different island also. There was a channel in between here. And so there were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7 islands. They are the 7 islands of the old Viapuri. So when we go there, we can still think that what it must have been felt thousands of years ago when it was the pantheon of Finnish gods, actually the gods for all the people in the whole planet. And we can still think that there has been these 5 towers, one of them golden, others all white, a magnificent sight. And those we are going to go and see tomorrow.
So sounds like very paradise time when you had like assistants from all sides when they took out the sperm from you. And the Saab on the lady side. So the same on the lady side, one is taking from backside care about the balcony. And one is taking care about the delfinstav. You know, very finesse in these days, you know. in the time of gubben, gumman, bocken, svanen, ers, maj, Freja. Och dis ett in the pa, ra, dis ett. It was before the pole shift, more than 50 million, 10,019 years ago. There's something called fest. What straight in our association we think about some fest, because maybe you could call it celebration in English, one fest. And when woman, she feels that she can also be fest into one man. He can be the fest man, one fest man. But there she val the E of that man who will make her pregnant. So we call it fest I val. And in the festival, these men who had balance and become breeders are standing on pedestal when the woman to choose which she liked, but she had no right to speak with the man, only choose from the physiognomy in paradise time. But there's also something called kar, ne, ekens nordstjärna, val. Kar, ne, val. And carnival they still even have in Goa today. They have carnaval, I think. But carnival has been existing before in Goa, because if you go Goa, you can go to one carnival. That means that these Gati boys are dancing. And in their dance, they have to be so attractive. So one car is choosing, one car is val, this boy, in the car ne val. Now also the car had to dance, because there is one radia who is choosing from their dancing car in the carnival. And even the Rajas had to dance in their carnival, chosen by one nar. Or on the female side, the enar in the carnival. Now in the carnival, they become like people you don't really know, so if you don't know people, maybe you don't have so good feeling for people you don't know. And they don't, because always one car hire is choosing in carnival this Gati man or the Gati girl in their system, in the carnival. But now this car, he become one val man in the carnival. So he called himself Valman. And he is choosing, so now come these three from the Gati, and they become Dragukar, Kenstekar, and Legukar. So now the Legukar is på pallen, and one side is the Kenstekar or the Dragukar, and that Valkar is this valkar who has been choosing in the carnival. So become fyrväppling, it means 3, and the 4th one is drinking. One takes care about the stones, one takes care about the kabelskaft, and the 3rd one is smiling on the pall in the carnival. So sounds like very paradise time when you had like assistants from all sides when they took out the sperm from you. And the saab on the lady side. So the same on the lady side, one is taking from backside care about the balcony, and one is taking care about the delfinstav. You know, very finesse in these days, you know, for to serve to the 3rd one saab and sit on the pall by herself. So from this we have rest the carnival, what everybody nearly heard about, and festival is also well known. But when you put it in the sound system, you can see that kar and ne and val has ne-ekens nordstjärna, who make ne-val to be a little bit different than na-val. But anyway, the Rio have still the carnival, or do they have carnival? That we don't know, but that was a little bit about the carnival in the Narkasur time, because they have this Kar, who is the Valman in the carnival. Now, in this fyrväppling, when is the ling the masculine side? With the woman has fyrklöv r, fyrklöv r is the feminine, and the masculine is fyrväppling. Now, if you don't know so much, these people may be not so good feeling, so now they could make one finesse that 15 boys could sing canon at the same time when this fyrväppling is going on. So it was like inspiration for the fyrväppling, this canon. And canon was divided in 8, 3, 2. So the dragoman who take care about the kabelskaft, he has the first 8, who is draken, masken, draken, masken, draken, masken, number 1. Number 2 is draken, kroken, draken, kroken. Number 3 is like one Q in the alphabet, it's one ring with one pole, so we are draken, kuken, draken, kuken, number 3. And number 4 is bock, because that kabelskaft is one bock. So come draken, bocken, draken, bocken, number 4. Number 6 is draken, necken, draken, necken. And number 6 is draken, veken, draken, veken. Number 6. Number 7 is dra, ken, på, ken. Dra, ken, på, ken. And number 8 is dra, ken, sta, ken. Dra, ken, sta, ken. So there are 8 different, but now the tjänsteman, he has 3 different. Dra, ken, säck, ken. Dra, ken, säck, ken. Number 1 for the tjänsteman. Or dra, ken, påsk, ken. Dra, ken, påsk, ken. Or the third one, dra, ken, kask, ken. Dra, ken, kask, ken. They are also tjänsteman. Now the valman by himself, he has dra, ken, na. Na is Arsenals Nordskär na. Dra, ken, na, ken. Dra, ken, na, ken. Or the second one, dra, ken, sak, ken. Dra, ken, sak, ken. When the legoman who is sitting on pallen, legomannen på pallen, legomannen på pallen, he has le på Polen, le på kupolen, le på Polen, le på kupolen, le på Polen, le på kupolen. He has it always, always, when the other one has this draken, draken, it's in kanon siellä gubben Jakob, gubben Jakob, gubben Jakob, gubben Jakob, da-da-da-da-dee, gubben Jakob, gubben Jakob. So in the melody, it must be very old, already from Paradise time, they have draken, masken, draken, masken, draken, masken, draken, masken, draken, kroken, draken, kroken, draken, kroken, draken, kuken, draken, kuken, draken, bocken, draken, bocken, draken, näcken, draken, näcken, draken, näcken, draken, veken, draken, veken, draken, påken, draken, påken, draken, staken, draken, staken. That's only not dragomannen, but tjänstemannen has belt ring on the downside with the 3 fingers, and he has draken, säcken, draken, säcken, draken, säcken, or draken, påsken, draken, påsken, draken, påsken, or draken, kasken, draken, kasken. Men valman has draken, naken, draken, naken, draken, naken, draken, draken, naken, draken, draken, naken, draken, naken, draken, 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 naken, and after comes the draken, saken, who is same like kasken and sakken in the end. So you see they had some kind of finesse in the carnival in this ramsa. Now we call it kukens beståndsdelar, and that is 12 words. And we can take them. We start with pung, rot, mask, hatt, möss a, luv a, huv a, krans, ring, vek, stav, kolv, and pung. But you can go the other way around, and the other form is pung en, kol, ven, sta, ven, vek, ken, ring, en, kransen, hu, van, lu, van, möss, an, and hatten, mask, ken, rot, ten, and back to pung, en. Now you divide kukens beståndsdelar in 6 different stånd. So you have stav, stånd, stolp, stånd, pål, stånd, båk, stånd, stak, stånd, stång, stånd. Before stång as, when the sperm is come from. But now you can also put them with möss a, luv a, huv a, möss a, luv a, huv a, all end with a, möss a, luv a, huv a. Or you can have stolp, pål, båk, stak, stång, stolp, pål, båk, stak, stång. Det end vid e, stolp e, pål e, båk e, stak e. So now you have 4 ending with e, stolp e, pål e, båk e, stak e, and möss a, luv a, huv a. Yeah? So you can find out that some of them form go to e, and some of them go to a, like in stolp or stav, stolp, pål, båk, stak, stång, stav, stolp, pål, båk, stak, stång, stav, stolp, pål, båk, stak, stång. But only stolp e, pål e, båk e, stak e, end with e. And now you can have one stavstånd med hatt, stolpstånd med mössa, pålstånd med luva, båkstånd med huva, stångstånd med krans, stakstånd med krans, and stångstånd med ring. So I take it one, maybe I make one mistake there. You have stavstånd med hatt, stolpstånd med mössa, pålstånd med luva, båkstånd med huva, stakstånd med krans, en stångstånd med ring. So from hattmössa, luva, huva, krans, ring, hattmössa, luva, huva, krans, ring, the different stånd can actually change this different part of the helmet. Because the helmet is divided in 4 blue color. Himmelsblå knapp, mellanblå dom, azurblå kupol och indigoblå hjälmkant and indigo-röd hjärtsköld on other side. So now you have stavstånd med hatt, stolpstånd med mössa och himmelsblå knapp, och pålstånd med luva och mellanblå dom, och bågstånd med huva och azurblå kupol, och stakstånd med indigoröd hjärtsköld, en stångstånd med indigoblå hjälmkant. So you see that they all have even color in the helmet's nuance from blue from the top down to the helmet's kant. All belong to what we call kukens beståndsdelar, where everything seems to do from the carnival time, where they had this kanon with this kensteman, legoman, dragoman and vavman. Okay, Oden is the sun, and Oden is the creator. When the sun also is the S of fertility. So fertility is S, solen, but solen is also Oden. And the ringland around the hole in the North Pole is called Oden Ma, the Ma of Oden, the sun land. So in paradise time here was sunshine 24 hours the same. And from his tower gubben on Lyssnarberget called Kuunteluvuorin Vaan and Arsgårdsberget, he could look to all sides. But Valhalla by itself was norr. Valhalla by itself was norr. And you can go down from norr, you come to syd, R, öst, R, and west, R. Because norr is norr, the hole in the North Pole. So now norr has 3 roots. One is called syd R, one called öst R, and one called west R. And norr is without R. But R in the alphabet is Ra. So now if R is Ra or Ra is R, the 3 roots become syd Ra-roten, öst Ra-roten, west Ra. But now come also norr Ra. And Ers and Mai is representing Ra. And from there come these 3 Nor, Norr, Na. The 3 roots of Yggdrasil. Still Udenma, of course, is one ringland. And we can divide it in Öst-Ra-Nyland, West-Ra-Nyland, Söd-Ra-Nyland, but today also Norr-Ra-Nyland. But anyway, in the middle of this Nyland is Valhalla, the hole in the North Pole. The hole in the North Pole was very important because the centrifugal is leading everything to the hole in the North Pole. So if somebody in paradise time died any place on the planet, it was only to burn the body, take the ash and put the ash under any root of any leaf tree what was that time existing. And now when this ash come in contact with the earth wetness, this ash, what is the driest what exists because it's dried up by fire. And now when the earth water come together with this fylgia is going out from the ash into the root of the tree, into the stem of the tree, into the branch of the tree, to the leaf of the tree. In root we call it root, stam, gren, kvist, and löv. And löv is the leaf. And now we are in form of sav inside in the leaf, same like the woman can offer her sav for the coming child of the swan. Same name is inside in the leaf. So now the sun strålar go through the leaf. The strålar is taking out the sav, so now the sav is leaving the leaf and go out in the atmosphere, where the centrifugal power is bringing all this fylgia to the hole in the North Pole, to Valhalla. So in that way we always return to Valhalla under this himlavalv in Valhalla. When you come, Valhalla is around 6 islands around, because there are 7 islands together, the 7 sun islands, because 24 hours sunshine. Now under this Valhalla is one empty space who has been created when the Creator created. Because when we was before one yellow egg surrounded by damp who was boiled, this egg exploded one day and it cooled off and we get all these mountains and all this water and field and around. And this we explain always in New Year. We make New Year luck here in Finland. We take one horseshoe made from tin. We heat it up on one stove slave so it become like liquid, the tin, and we throw it in cold water. And from there we take this up with all these like mountains coming up, and we put one ring on the wall and one candle in front. And we move every New Year this piece of tin in front of this candle, and you can see from the ring how all the mountains is coming up and the earth was created. And now in the top of the pole becomes from the centrifugal power one cone-formed open space called Manala in Vaan. Uudenmaan alla on Manala, and Manalan pohja, and above Manalan pohja is pohjan tähti, Nordstjärnan, Polestar, Polestar, Polstjärna, Polstjärna, Nordstjärna, or pohjan tähti. One star who is just above, who doesn't move in the same way as all the other stars, so still today even fishermen know where is the North Star. Udenma has one place left called Gumbo, and at Gumma the Gumbo had the Gummas bo, and the Gumma had her residence. We can call it sommar residence because she was only summertime, this Gumma at Gumbo. But she liked her children because if you go from Gumbo shore to the east, you come to Ersnäs, and Ersnäs was her oldest son's residence. And from Gumbo strand you go to the west, you come to Majvik, and in Majvik her oldest daughter had her residence, for to pass further on into the Asgård, Midgård, and the most holy in the middle of the pole. Also still vi har Rase Boerge och Rase Boeri on Persö in Finland, where still can remind about olden day when we had Gubböle, Gumböle, Gumbo, Ersnäs, Majvik, and we come from Majvik. You must pass one river called Helsing River, and it's one place called Grindbacka, where you go over from east to west. You come down to Hell with 7 hills, and outside of Helsing is 7 islands, and the middle one of them is Odensö with this cliff hell with a valve called Valhalla valve, and the Asgårds arena where these gladiators and gladiators are coming in triumph. But for us, of course, Thor and Tyr was coming, and Thor was drowned by one masculine goat, and Tyr, he came after on one pig, according to the story. On other side, we have Revval, and Revval is South Nyland, and Revval has one golf called Baltic Golf, and the people call them Baltic people, and they speak Baltic language. Who is one language is the Baltic language. So actually from Balder is coming whole this area where Odenma is in middle, and around we have the 6 ringlands and more and more and more. So from the name Balder, but there are 13 Balder. There is the old father, who is Ballgubben Balder, and he has 12 sons. The oldest is Månbocken Balder, the youngest is Solbocken Balder, and the 10 Ballbockarna are also Balder. He has one woman called Ballgumman Ella, who has one daughter called Måndrottningen Ball-Maja, who has 6 Ballhäxor, who is serving the swan in the end of the story. Mombolei, thank you for me. and he has 8 reindeers in front of his pulka, and he's like flying over the mountain. That's Santa. Santa comes from Finland, and Santa is the most well-known of these gods what we have. Because Santa has one god, and under the god is this sack. Sometimes they call the god for his stav. His stav. So Santa has one stav and one sack. And inside in the sack is all these nice gifts who come out when he is giving out the gifts. Gubb, Ben, Gum, An, Bock, Ken, Svan, Nen, Ers, Maj, Frej, Freja. Gubb can be gubböle and gum can be gumböle. But now we have one gubbmask, one gubbmask. And one gubbmask has always röd toppluva med vit brembord och tofs. Så gubbmasken, gubbens mask, har attribut kod röd toppluva med vit brembord och tofs. Brembord is one white board who go round the hat or the luva. And we can see it there always. Santa has always this white around his red top luva. But Santa has also white toffs. And this he is quite on with his toffs. And Santa has ovala ögon. Santa has ovala ögon. Means that they are not mandelögon, they are ovala ögon. And gubbmasken is the only mask who has these ovala ögon. So from all these different eyes you can look into, only one of them have ovala ögon in his mask. And that's gubbmasken. Gubbmasken has also one long moustache, and he has gemytligt leende, and långt vitt yvigt skägg. Så gubbmasken har röd toppluva med vit brembord och tofs, ovala ögon, mustasch, gemytligt leende och långt vitt yvigt skägg. But Santa has something really special because he has 3 leaves on one place on this bream board we call tinning. And this tinning is decorated with 3 leaves with 3 small red berries. And this we call for järneken. Järneken have leaves and small red berries. As you can see there on this tropical Santa. Also English have it. They call it whole E oak. The holly oak. And the wood from holly oak is called Hollywood. And Hollywood has been producing and giving out this red hat with the white brainboard and the white tops. So I think Hollywood was giving out him in color one time in the history, where Santa became famous all over the planet from his color. But anyway, he has röd topp, luva med vit bremboard och tofs. And järneken i tinningen. Now this järneken with the 2 balls is always 2, if you look this leaf, it's always 2 who has 1 leaf in front. And if the middle part of this leaf is 1 kavelskaft, the top of the leaf is sharp and make it to be 1 lancet formed. So the top of the leaf in this picture is lancet formed because it's sharp. And the middle part of the leaf you could also call 1 kavelskaft, and down you see these 2 balls. And if these 2 balls are ball, he become ball, gubb, ben, bär. Ball, gubb, ben, bär. Is now gubb also is his kavelskaft. Kom ball, gubb, ben, bär. And if the sharp part is the bär of the leaf, who is lancet formed, it becomes ball, gubb, ben, bär with 2 ball, 1 kavelskaft and 1 lancet formed part in the leaf. And this symbol called järneken, but järn means for us the brain or iron. So järneken is Hollywood in English, and the symbol of Santa is Hollywood, what he has on 1 particular place called tinning. The tinning is the place of the symbol of the järneken of gubbmasken. Now, this järneken is 1 tropical plant. And it's not 1 big stem at all. It's more like 1 bush. But it has been growing there already in paradise time, where already that time this järneken was the symbol of gubben. If the kavelskaft is gubb, you can always bend the gubb. And now you have ball, gubb, ben, bär. And ball, gubb, ben, bär's mask is well known all over, because Hollywood was making him in color, they say, and he comes from Finland, from 1 place called Korvatunturi, where he has 1 pulkka. It looks like 1 boat, but the boat can be sled over the snow. And he has 8 reindeers in front of his pulkka, and he's like flying over the mountain. That's Santa comes from Finland, and Santa is the most well known of these God what we have. Because Santa has one God, and under the God is this sack. Sometimes they call the God for his staff. So Santa has one staff and one sack. And inside in the sack is all these nice gifts who come out when he is giving out the gifts. Santa is well known just that he is always giving. He is one giving figure, Santa. We can see Santa also in one ancient mask, and there we call him Ballgubben Per. And Ballgubben Per, or Ballgubben Per, we have next picture here. Gubben, gumman, bocken, svanen, ers, maj, Freja. Ballgubben Per, Ballgubben Per. And here we see Ballgubben Per. He has one lancet-formed helmet. And this helmet is same like his röd toppluva, but now this helmet is made from metal. But he has also the knop. But he has also one I-vinkel, one I-angle in his panna, in his forehead. And on his tinning should on other side be this järn eken. He has his gubbmask or gubbmasken on, so we can see his gubbmask. He has ovala ögon, so you can see his oval eye here, and you see his ears who go inside, and from ears come his eyebrow and connected to the E-winkels edge, symmetric on both sides. He has one nose and big mustache, gemytligt leende and långt vitt yvigt skägg. He is ballgubben Per, and his maka is ballgumman Ella. But now this is the picture of ballgubben Per, who can also be ballgubben Ball där. Ball, gubb, ben, ball, där. So now he is ball, but now if the kabelskaft is gubb, you can so bend it, it come ball, gubb, ben, ball, där. Ballgubben, ball, där. Ballgubben, ball, där, because där is the ball. And the kabelskaft we call gubb, and you can bend it and come ballgubben ball där. Ballgubben Balders helmet is lancet formed. That means this helmet here has one form of lancet. It's like a little bit more sharp than the ballklubba, who has one spool-formed helmet, who is more round in the top of the knapp. So ballgubben Per, he has one lancet-formed helmet with a neck and a vek with the E-winkel, who start from this neck nipplar on both sides, and from these two neck nipplar go up hard angles, and these hard angles edge with the dome and the knapp. So he has himmelsblå knapp, mellanblå dom, azurblå kupol, and indigoblå hjälmkant, but indigo-röd hjärtsköld. So now pää means his head, and the pää in that way is this helmet. And if R come out from the pää, become Per, ball, gubben, Per, ball, gubben, Per, or ball, gubben, ball, där. Now he has one ballans. That means that this is completely straight. One ballklubba has kurvig rygg, has krökt rygg. Means that he has like one krökt rygg if it's ballklubba, but this is one balans because it's completely straight with the rot, the kolv, the stav, the mask and the helmet. The pää with R kom ball, gubb, ben, Per. Ball, gubb, ben, Per, or ballgubben, ball, där. If you now compare the helmet with his youngest son called Solbocken Balder, now we have him here, but we see only his face, so he is only Solbocken. He can be even Solbocken Ball, but if you don't see his ball, he is not Solbocken Ball there. But you see from his helmet, who is also one toppluva from metal, but no white bremboard, but decorated bremboard with nässkydd. Solbockenbalder, he has one bock mask, and here we can see his bock mask with bock ögon. You can see his eyes, his bock ögon, his bock eye, and you can see his bock smile. The father has gemytligt leende, but the son has bock smile med väl ansatt bockskägg. Now the oldest of these brothers, or the oldest son of him, is called Månbockenbalder. And Månbockenbalder we have here. Månbockenbalder, he has ball, ballpungsäckar, ballpungpåsar, ballpungkassar, kabelskaft, hattrand, hattboard, and hattlinning. You can nearly see into his hattlinning, but you can't see the eye of his helmet. That means that he has no stånd. You remember we had the 6 stånd, stav, stånd, stolp, stånd, pål, stånd, påk, stånd, stav, stånd, stak, stånd, stav, stånd, stång, stånd. In this series we have different stånd, but he has no stånd. He has en väldig knölpåk i sin hand. He has en väldig knölpåk. Because when he's not standing, it's one knölpåk. If you look every dick, there is small knöls on the skin. But when the skin come tight, the knöl go away. And that means he's standing and it's not knölpåk anymore. So that's the reason he has here in his left hand, he has one ring between his thumb and his finger here, and this ring we call belt ring. And with this belt ring he is keeping en väldig krökt knölpåk i sin hand. Means that it was en väldig krökt knölpåk i sin hand. It means that this part krökt could also be krökt when it's standing here. In the other hand, in the right hand, he has one Odens ring. And Odens ring means that you put the thumb together with the finger and it becomes one ring called Odens ring. So in one hand he has Odens ring, and in the other one he has one belt ring. And in the belt ring he has en väldig krökt knölpåk i sin hand. His mouth is always open. You always, when you look him in the mouth, he usually has no teeth at all but one tongue and always one open mouth. He is also Ra, because his sister Mai is also Ra, and Ers and Ra are Ra. So his mun is called Ra mun där, and Ra ball där. Ra mun där, Ra ball där. Mån, bocken, ball där. Mån, bocken, ball där. Ra mun där. Ra ball där. He has puff byxor this means puff byxor, and he has bockvadar med bockfeet. And he has one offerstone close to him here. And this knölpåk we can also see in one picture from Gotland, what is many thousand years, because here we have månbocken Balder ridande på sin vindhäst Spolenklubban, insvept i sin mantel med puffbyxor, bockvadar and bockfeet, med en väldig knölpåk vid sin sida who doesn't stand. You see that it's go down. He has his mån mask in front of his face with round ring eyes and nose, ögonbryn, nose, mustasch, open mun and hullinghake med tveuddigt pipskägg. So here you can see him riding månbocken Ball där, månbocken Ball där, ra mun där, ra ball där, because this can be one ball if this is the non-standing en väldig knölpåk vid his sida. But you can also see this ball like ballpungsäckar, ballpungpåsar, ballpungkassar, and kavelskaft with hattrand, hattbord, hattlinning. But now if this Spolenklubba is stånd, means that it's standing, it gets straight away one krökt rygg, they call it. He become like krökt, and krökt we can see here now. Now become his standing dick with the krökt rygg. And you can, if you take away his mask, you can even see one part of his helmet with the himmelsblue knapp here. And he has on, I think, something called mössa, because you can't see his hjärtsköljd, means that he only show his dom, or not even only dom, I think only knapp, when he has his stånd in this direction. So now we can see that when we compare the stånd, one has one C-formed, the C-formed dick, and the straight prick. So if you have straight one, it's called prick. And if you have curvy one, it's called dick. The dick is one ballklubba, and the prick is one ballans. So now you see that gubben Per, he has one ballans, when his oldest son has one ballklubba. In front of månbocken Balder we have his sister, and she, Maja, has long klänning. She has hög barm, even sometimes yppig barm, and she is crowned by one laxormturban, and she has her delfinstav in his hand, who also should be a little bit krökt for the more pleasant for her.